Why are you whispering? Why are you whispering?
He doesn't. He doesn't want Ray to hear him.
I'm trying to hide from Rayoff.
Why are you whispering? You gotta hide from your dog or something?
I don't want my girlfriend to hear me talking.
You don't want your girlfriend to hear? Well, first of all, I don't believe you. But if you want to go with that, okay. No.
Keep teaching me stuff.
Are you there, Jose de Mello?
Yeah, I'm here, Ron.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Somebody was asking why no one was chatting. So cool. Okay, you broke up a little there.
Yeah, Ron. What do you wanna engage in?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was really enjoying the chat where you were showing off what looked to be a pristine copy of that magazine with Hendrix. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. From
I mean, it's like,
1988, March.
yeah. I remember all that information there, but it's like when you were flipping the pages, it looked, man, he must have gone through
Yeah,
it maybe once or twice. I mean, it was so pristine looking,
right.
fresh off the shelf, as they say.
Living with my sister at the time, on the other side of Brampton, and I remember going to the store there and seeing that copy and seeing Hendrix on the front with that outfit, purple and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're going home with me. Special edition, that guitar magazine, and Hendrix is my favorite guitarist of that time period. I have it on top of my keyboard actually right now. That Hendrix magazine. I had it in storage, and when I went to Brampton on Monday for my family doctor appointment, I grabbed some items and I had it in one of my briefcases, and I forgot that it was there. So when I opened up my briefcase, there it was. It's got a whole bunch of his music material in there, eh? A lot of his songs.
Yes, I saw where you were flipping through pages, and I
Right.
saw the actual sheet music.
Yeah, the sheet music. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. That is so cool.
Yeah, interesting. You seen that, eh?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was enjoying listening to you all,
Cool.
and I was watching the well, obviously the screen,
Right.
and there you were. I mean, like I said, it looks so pristine, like you just picked it off the shelf. I'm saying,
Right.
and I thought, man, he really he stores it, well, safely.
Yeah, I think Buddy was surprised. He was asking what year that was, and I have to show the date. It's a long time ago, eh? 1988. That's a long
80,
time ago.
yeah, 88, man. That was impressive.
I
That
mean,
was most impressive.
I was 21. I was going to be 22 at the end of the year. To think of it, good old days. I actually was working at the printing house at that time, close to the Toronto airport.
I mean, what I normally do, right, when I'm going to study some sheet music, yes,
Right.
what I go through and I make copies, just copies of the sheet music, and
Right.
that's what I basically uh, rehearse with. And but the original songbooks, right? I got them put away. I mean, it just saves on the wear and tear of flipping pages.
Yes,
And
brother.
obviously, I don't need. I mean, I take a couple of songs, maybe one or two songs, depending on the songbook, and then I have them in a pouch.
Yeah.
That when I want to go through them, I just play that. I got a bunch of copies all over the place. You know,
Who was that guitarist that you mentioned the other day was your hero?
I don't recall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the classical guitarist was Andres Segovia.
Yes, yes, Segovia. Yeah, I've never heard that name before. When I read your text there, that caught me by surprise.
Oh yeah, but it's classical guitar. It's
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and this
yeah.
kid, he was a prodigy. I mean,
Right.
born born prodigy, and well, you'll find some videos on YouTube about him. On Andres Segovia. If you
Right.
look at it, if you like so-called classical guitar, man, that
I
guy,
do.
he was to me, one of the better ones in history. You know,
Right.
and I mean, he played up till '94. He passed away when he was 94 years of age. And to me, it's
Unbelievable.
like that's like my my thing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna play every day.
Right. Yeah.
But it doesn't happen anymore, as they say. You know.
I'm looking at my guitar right now, and I'm just thinking about grabbing it, but I'm talking to you. You know.
Well, sure. I mean, but I'll put it this way: some people will join in and they'll monopolize the conversation, and then you could just so-called mic out and just play a little bit there. Yeah.
Right. I have this habit. A lot of times I'm talking to you guys, and I got my guitar and I'm playing, some chords and stuff, and I'm thinking, man, I hope they're not hearing this. You know.
They heard you one time.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Randy Rhoads, he was classically trained, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just it. Some people you don't know. You can't. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell, but for the fact that they come up with these brilliant, brilliant. I mean, riffs, and you say, "Well, how did he get that?"
Right, right. I remember hearing Crazy Train the first time, and I was like, what the hell is that? Like, it just blew me away. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Uh,
Same thing
that
with.
that
Go ahead.
that chord that chord progression, it's something that I've never heard on Crazy Train. Uh, that whole style that he had going on, very distinctive. Uh, he had me hooked right away. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's catchy. I mean, really catchy stuff. Yeah. To me, it's like I mean, it's most impressive, right? Like I've come up on videos, right, and YouTube, right, and then there's a little 12-year-old, little 12-year-old kid, right, mostly
Yeah,
boys,
yeah.
and they start they're playing Crazy Train. It's like wow,
I
wow.
know. It's hard to believe. I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Even like a little 8-year-old kid, playing
Oh
these
yeah,
crazy,
oh yeah,
crazy, crazy stuff, and I'm like, wow, where did that come from, man? God-given talent.
yeah. It happens like that. If both parents are musicians, they're
Right,
going to have musician kids, and it is usually it goes further than the bridge, so to speak. It's just like
right.
they take off. They
The
take off.
apple, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, it's like when you and I chat, and you tell me about your dad, and
Exactly.
obviously, you're not thinking about it, but I can piece together the fact that, hey, your dad, is like a master at what he used to do,
Right.
right? And then all of a sudden, you're telling me, yeah, I work on cars. It's like, oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, yeah.
He's got that skill, that craftsman skill.
See, he was a hard ass, my old man, and he was pressuring me to be a mechanic. And the 3 years that I was working at the gas station, I seen all the bullshit that was going down. That the mechanic, he did a lot of work. The boss was an asshole, to be honest. He didn't help him out that much. And I had my old man, pressuring me to be a mechanic, and that wasn't the right way for him to be influencing me. And I was a bit of a rebel, so I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not gonna be a mechanic and put up with this bullshit, busting my balls. I'm gonna learn the trade. I'm gonna learn to be a mechanic, but I'm not gonna get my ticket. I'm gonna go on and do other things. Learn other skills along my road here in life. And I applied myself, and I learned other trades, which I still have in my arsenal, so to speak, that I can apply at any time. You know, that's one thing. Like my dad had the skills that he had, but I have that, times 10. You know,
Well, yeah. I mean, You can work with your hands and mind at the same time, and I mean that takes a lot of people. Say, "Oh man, he's just a mechanic." Well, really?
Right,
Yeah, right.
right,
So, yeah, but that mechanic can fix the car and make it run, and it doesn't break down. You
right.
know, you try it.
Like like we did a job in the driveway of the house. I rebuilt a Mazda truck that had, and my mom's younger brother, he looked at me and my brother because we had the parts all separated in
Yeah,
boxes and
yeah.
stuff.
Go ahead. You told me that one. That was a cool story. Go
And,
ahead.
and he thought, look at these idiots. They're never going to get this thing back together and get this thing running. And so I guess, he made a joke of it to my dad. And I guess my dad thought, don't worry about them. He knows he can handle what it is he's taken apart, and he'll put it back together. Don't worry about that. Sure enough, we sent out the head, had it rebuilt, and then put it back together and put everything together, and then lined up the distributor, on the top dead center to get it in the number one position to crank it over. And it just so happens that my uncle came walking up the driveway when it was all done, and then I had my brother turn over the ignition, and then to hear it turn over and the engine start to run, he's said it all. Like he just thought we were a couple of dummies, didn't know what we were doing, and then to see this thing run, yeah, the joke was on him.
Uh, who is this avatar with the green pasture?
That's Hank Hill. He's playing a video game.
Okay.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Jose. I had that was a nice talk we had last night about all those rock stars. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too, man. After you and I got off, I thought about that, Tommy. I really enjoy that myself.
So, how many 870 tacticals did you sell, Shotgun Rider?
I sold I sold two tonight.
Right on.
I'm as Sean would say, I'm knackered. My work schedule is from 3 to 10.
So, how you liking the job overall?
Overall, it's cool, man. I'm the new guy, so I get a lot. I get most of the. I'm getting a lot of night crew stuff. Like I said, 3 to 10, and I expected that, so no worries.
Yeah.
But it's I'm over 60, so I'm having a little difficult time with my lower back sometimes. But I'll get into it. Don't worry about it.
Sounds good.
You're tough. You can handle it, Tommy.
Yeah, hoorah!
Hoorah!
We're old warriors. We can fucking handle it.
Right. You know what? I have a when I have a pleasure when I see kids at 23 in the same store hanging around talking while I'm fucking working.
Right,
I enjoy that.
right. Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan song. Forever young.
The
May you
exact.
keep your hands busy. And yeah, man.
That's right. That's right, Jose.
What a
Oh.
poet Mr. Dillon is, man.
And what the Amish used to say, hands to work, heart to God.
Yes.
Not to get too personal, Shotgun Rider, but I recall that you mentioned something about trying to cut back on your cigarette smoking.
Yeah, I'm working. Thank
Is
you
it,
for reminding me, Ronan.
is it working? I mean, like you had.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, come on, but you move around a lot more.
Well, being that I'm working, I'm not. I can't go out for cigarette breaks all the time, for sure. But no, I'm still addicted to those motherfuckers.
Oh no, no, I wasn't. Well, as I recall, you were just trying to cut back. You weren't trying to
Well,
quit.
I'd like to cut them right out of my life for sure. But I mean, it's fucking. It's a tough thing.
Come on, you didn't go through boot camp in one day.
I know. I hear you. I hear you. Well, I used to buy cartons and bring them into my house. Matter of fact, I used to stock cartons. I'd have 2 or 3 of them in there. Now I don't do that. I go down to the gas station, buy a pack, and hope, and it's sort of helping me cut back a bit.
The last time I went to the Indian Reserve, I got nine cartons, Tommy.
Yeah.
9. And I was smoking 40 cigarettes a day, man.
Well, I used to smoke about 30 a day. I think I'm down about 15 now.
Well, that's good, Tommy.
Oh, that's progress.
That's not bad.
Oh, that's
pretty
great.
good, man.
Yeah.
Really is good, man.
You know what?
Last month I stopped for 11 days, man. I didn't have one cigarette for 11 days.
You know what? You think I should learn? My fucking father smoked 3 packs of Camel Unfilters a day. 3
Holy
packs.
shit. Holy
And he died of it too.
Yeah, my cousin told me to give it up. My cousin Carlos, he died in 2015. He got throat cancer.
Yeah.
And what they did was they cut a hole for him to breathe, tracheotomy.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had the little talk with me, and he told me, he says, it's too late for me, but it's not for you.
Jose, it's also part of my PTSD.
Right.
I don't want to go into specifics about it.
I'm listening, Tommy.
But it's a coping mechanism. That's all I can say.
Right.
I've been to VA hospitals where the guys knew they were going to die within 2 months because of the smoking cigarettes, and they still can't put them down because of the horrors they experienced.
Yeah, Tommy. Only you guys know, man. I can't go there.
Yeah, well, Jose, you got hard times too, brother. I've heard it. You got your pain. I understand it.
I was there this morning, Tommy. I seen him today. I got my injections in my muscles this morning.
Do you take OxyContin?
No, I take something else.
All right, but still, I understand your pain.
And I told him today. I said, I walked this fine line, of with the pain. It's so bad. I walked this fine line of sanity and insanity. And he just looked at me. They don't know. He doesn't live in my fucking pain. He's a pain specialist, but he doesn't live in my pain.
Yeah, I understand. But you know what?
Yeah, I know you do.
But you know what? I also I have deep empathy for you. It is because you and I suffer from the same sleeplessness.
Yeah.
I mean, like I told you, I think that. I mean, I'm rolling them out right now. My trazodones and my Ambience
Yep.
just to get to sleep
Yep.
tonight.
Yep. I take amitriptyline so I can sleep, man.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up.
Because the brain is always fucking working with my disorder, right?
What did you just say?
My brain is always working.
Yeah,
It's always going.
I know. Yeah, yeah. I wish I was the headlights on a northbound train.
I told them today. I said, it's almost it's I've almost lived half of my life on this with this chronic pain.
Yeah,
He didn't say a word.
yeah.
What's he gonna say?
You can't understand. You can't understand. People don't understand because you know what? Mental health it doesn't show scars like an amputated arm or something like that.
Well, I told him today because last month he said to me, he says, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Uh, you need to go see your family doctor about that. And I went Monday to see my family doctor, and he prescribed some medication for that, for anxiety. And I told my family doctor, I said, look, I've been dealing with it in a different way for the past 23 years. I would just drive and, go fishing or something. But
Did he did
now,
he did he prescribe benzodiazepines like
no,
Ativan or Clonopin?
no, it's a weird name. It's for anxiety,
Yeah, I
10
know.
milligram, 10 milligram, eh? But I don't think I'm going to be taking them. I think I'm going to be dealing with this in a different way. I'm just going to calm down myself.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you something, Jose. The VA gave me a bunch of medications too, and I fucking screw them. I'd rather have a
Yeah,
couple beers.
yeah, man. I don't want to be a zombie.
No,
Fuck
me
that.
neither. Me neither.
But I'm not going to tell them that I'm not taking the medication. Fuck that. I'm not going to be taking every pill that they're going to be prescribing.
Yeah, yeah. We walk the same road, brother.
Yeah. I remember many years ago, my family doctor, he was talking about chronic pain and this and that, and I said to him, I said, I'm the pain specialist here, and he looked at me. I said, yeah, I've been living with this over 20 years, man. I should know what works and what doesn't.
Right. And you know what? You know what, Jose? That's why I turned to Buddhism about 20 years ago because, in my opinion, that's the only thing that helps me is when I meditate and I try
Right,
to let that suffering, I absorb that suffering and then I let it go.
right, Tommy. And I remember when I met you and you were talking about uh, Buddhism. You got my respect there, man.
We got to do what we got to do, right, Jose?
Yeah, yeah. Every day it's a different challenge, right? And
Exactly.
yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And
And we have to
complain,
find comfort.
yeah, complaining doesn't do nothing for us, man.
No,
It doesn't ease the pain,
we find our comfort in meditation or music, but
Right,
not in a handful of pills.
right, exactly. That's why I do what I do with music, man. It takes me to another place, man.
I know, I know, I know. But you know what, Jose? Sometimes, given our pain, we have these ups and downs that are so drastic
Right.
that it's hard to explain to other people who don't have the same pain.
Exactly. The roller coaster is what you're talking about,
Exactly.
man.
That's right. That's right.
And then you get those moods where you get depressed.
Depressed, angry, bitter,
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever.
But you want to know something, Tommy? I think that what we got going on, if we couldn't handle it, we wouldn't have it. There's people that could not walk in our shoes.
I,
There's
I,
people.
I I truly believe that too.
Yeah, man.
And you know what? It's hard. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to think that I'm still alive when I've seen too many of my friends die.
Right. You're here for a reason, Tommy.
I hope that's the reason. I hope you're right. I agree with you. But it's a tough burden to bear.
Yeah, man. I just hope that there's a big purpose in the end. We're rewarded for all this pain and suffering.
Well, I don't know about rewarded, but I do believe that there is. I do believe there's something. Ah, oh, oh, oh.
Waking up in the morning and feeling like you got hit by a friggin' truck every morning. It's not a good feeling.
I feel that right now. I feel that right now.
Yeah, yeah, Tommy.
All right, brother. But you know what? You said something a few minutes ago about your loss of weight, and
Right.
I'm starting to experience the same thing. That you know the pain sometimes is so much that you don't even have an appetite.
Exactly. But in my case, it became something else. It became an emotional thing that something happened to someone else, and I took that hard.
What do you mean?
I Something happened to someone else that was close to me,
Yeah,
and I'm an emotional person.
right.
I mean, I might be hard on the outside, but in the inside, my heart, I get that from my mom, eh?
Your heart bleeds. I understand.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's why I lost a lot of weight.
Mm,
Uh, I lost my appetite.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm just saying. That sometimes pain just like affects other parts of your being, your physical.
Right. And what happens is you lose your muscle mass, eh?
Yeah, that's the tough part. I will- I don't give a shit about my fat mass, but the muscle part is.
Yeah, because that's what keeps your whole structure, your bones and that
Yeah,
together, right?
yeah, I know. But that's another reason why I mean I go to work at my age because
Right,
it's almost like a gym exercise. I ain't gonna show those bastards nothing. I'm gonna fucking show them that I'm still
right.
strong.
fucking right, Tommy. It's therapeutic too, man.
Exactly. Ronan, what you do? What you
Yeah,
doing?
Ronan.
Stop lurking, Ronan. Join in.
He's one of a kind, Ronan.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it.
I'm listening, gentlemen. I'm right here. And I mean, I can't be lurking. You see me.
But Ronan, you're our age as well. You got to fucking put your 2 cents in there.
Yeah, Ronan.
Well, I've had accidents, motorcycle accidents,
Yeah,
yes,
man.
and they started me on these pain medications, and I just don't like the way I feel,
Right.
and it like that. I think you all said zombie feeling.
Yep.
I don't like it, and this was a decade ago, 2 decades ago, whatever, and I won't do it.
Right.
I'm in pain, but
Right.
I got get used to it, you know.
Yep.
Sometimes if I just get a little too frisky, working on the yard or something, I'll be on my back for 3 days and just
Oh yeah.
pain. But I won't take the medication. I mean, I've got the script for it, but I refuse to take it because I feel that I'm just not clear like I am now, and I just don't like the feeling. I can't stand the feeling.
Right.
It's not for me. So yeah, I can empathize with what you both of you gentlemen are saying. It's just that would I rather be in pain, or would I rather have no pain and no real clarity? I can't
Right.
function. And I understand, what y'all are saying,
The
clearly.
trade-off. You're talking
Yeah,
about what's the trade-off, right?
yeah. What's the trade off? What am I willing to so called live with? You know?
Right.
And that's what I found. I'm not saying this is for everybody, but that's what I found in Buddhism and meditation, that they taught that the only way to deal with suffering, to end suffering, is to live with suffering.
Right. Interesting. It is what it is, Tommy. We have it and we have to live with it, and you do the best you can. There's no sense in crying the blues over it.
Nope, nope. But I got to tell you this: there have been many times in my life that I thought that, especially after my combat experience, that I've thought that maybe it's just easy to put a 45 caliber.
I hear you. I hear you. I did attempt a couple of times with sleeping pills.
But something stopped me, and that's why I'm here. And maybe it's because that I could share with other people what I went through, and hopefully it means something.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tommy. That's what I said earlier, man. There's a purpose.
Yep.
I was already purple, ready to get to the other side. I dropped on the floor in my bedroom, and my old man heard the noise. I don't know what time it was. I had 62 sleeping pills in my system,
Jesus
and
Christ.
he went into the room and he opened the door, and I was on the floor. I don't recall none of this, and he made a phone call to my brother because my dad doesn't speak English, and my brother came over. Well, he must have phoned from his house, and anyway, the ambulance came over and picked me up, took me to the hospital. And what I recall was there were a couple of doctors standing over me and some nurses, and the doctor kept saying, "Do you know where you are?" And I thought, for fuck's sakes, I didn't make it, to the other side.
Yeah.
And what was on my mind was, fuck, I gotta go through this fucking shit of this pain again and again. But it is what it is.
Yeah. I just wish that that younger guys in their 20s and 30s who have not gone through the suffering that we have can understand that life is so precious that you gotta fucking, you can't go. The words don't. I don't
It
have
is.
the words.
Life is. It is so precious, Tommy.
Yeah.
You said it right there, man.
You know, Jose, I've been in combat where friends of mine's body parts rained on top of my head.
Holy fuck, man.
I mean,
Uh,
the only reason why I'm saying this right now is because I've had a few too many beers, and
no, it's okay, Tommy.
I don't normally discuss this. So,
It's okay, Tommy.
but I mean,
I think you should. I really think you should. There's people listening to you, and that will impress them. It's important
It will
that
help them.
they know that they know
It will
what
help
that
them.
is. Granted, they'll never be able to imagine. They can't fathom what you've seen. They can't.
Right.
No one can.
Right.
But the fact that you're still here and can contribute and help others is
Right.
worth the effort.
thank you, brother.
It's
You're welcome.
huge, Tommy. This is huge, man.
The only time I really discuss this is with other vets of the American Legion who've been in my boots. I never really just talk about this shit.
But that's just it. Within your own circle, everyone understands. Here, no one knows. And I'm not saying, I'm not discounting what you chat with in terms of where you are with your brothers. But other people here can hear that and get a sense. Like I said, they don't see it. They cannot see the horizon that you've passed. They will not be able to see it.
Right.
But to be able
You
to
and your
hear
brothers
you,
are inverts.
right.
You're
Yes.
inverts, and you will not
Right.
share that because it's just so painful to share that with the common folk that we're not there.
Have you written anything?
No,
Have you ever thought of it? Just to write it out.
my story's no different than many others.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree too.
I just saw. I just saw a picture of a guy in a helicopter, of a Marine in a helicopter. This is just today. Marine in a helicopter holding the hands of his sergeant. Now, this guy who was holding the hands, his whole face was blown up with with shrapnel, but he was holding the hands of his sergeant, who later died.
Wow.
Nobody's gonna understand that shit.
No. But you know what? Right now in the chat, someone is saying, we are listening. We are listening. And if you, what is it? Tamp it down, I think the phrase you gave me once.
Yeah.
What does that do? It just festers. It eats you up.
Yeah.
And that's, like I said, when you have these so-called neutral ears, everyone here, I can almost guarantee that everyone listening here, right, has not heard what you've shared with your brothers. And I think if you understood that in terms of a so-called spectator, which is all I am, I'm in the audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
The appreciation of that to help you vent that out. You don't have to go into details. You can just touch on the idea. Yeah, it's horrific. Yes, it would put many men, to the point of tears in a corner. But the fact of the matter is that these other people want to know what it's like. They will never feel it. They'll never know it. And maybe some of them are young enough that someday they'll join the Corps and live it too.
Do you really think they want to know?
Ha! You got to be, well, you're not out of your mind. I was going to be sarcastic there. No, no, yes, I'm positive. I'm positive of that.
But see, therein lies the rub, because if people want to know, and then there are people like me who won't talk about it until I had a couple beers tonight.
Well, yeah.
Well, you're suppressed, and I'm
Well,
aware of that, Tommy.
yeah. In your everyday life, as you go so-called normal, sober, whatever you call it,
Right.
right? You don't want to say it for a number of different reasons.
Right.
It's a number of different reasons. It's not just one reason. It's a number of
Right.
reasons. You don't want to scare people. You don't want
Right.
to offend people.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to relive it either.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right.
You guys got it.
Well, however, if he keeps it inside, bottled up, what happens?
It's
builds
killing
up.
him. It's
It-
eating him alive.
He did mention that 45, and as soon as he said it, I knew where he was. And as soon
Yep.
as you said it, Jose Melo, I knew where you were because I had the
Right.
very same thoughts.
Right.
Right? I don't say much. You've noticed, I don't really say much,
Right.
but I've experienced a lot of things too, gentlemen.
But we're not out of the woods.
Oh no,
You know,
no, but
it's a struggle, right? We understand that, the three of us, and we're not alone. There's many people in our shoes.
Yeah, but
It is what it is. We're
gotta-
tough. We're tough. We're warriors, man.
But you're all right, and what I have to say is that I never thought that I would ever, at my age, turn to internet chat for sort of therapy, but it works.
well, yes, that's the whole idea.
Things
That's the
happen
whole
for a
thing.
reason, Tommy.
Well, put it this way: you met me.
Right.
You met me. That's one of those things. I'm not here with anyone to call judge and tell you what you did was wrong. No,
Right.
I'm
Right.
trying to uh, allow and encourage you to relax. Like I said, you might drop a couple of hints and details, yes, but the idea that in your mind, right where you're chatting, you realize in your mind, hey, I'm letting this out. It's like another form of meditation is
Right.
to communicate.
Subconscious.
To
Yeah.
communicate.
Right.
And
And
Go ahead.
I mean, Ronan, you said we're not friends, but I disagree with you.
Yeah, I
think
do too, man.
I
I
think
disagree as well.
I think that by the virtue that we talk about this shit, we are friends.
Yeah, I always had a problem with Ronan saying that, man.
I know it's not like I'm coming over to Ronan's house for a cup of
Yeah,
tea or anything
Exactly.
Oh
Exactly.
no, the both of you be most welcome in my home. Yes. Yes. The both of you. Yes. You two, I can say yes. You would be welcome in my home. Yes.
I would be most honored, man.
Oh yes, I would. Please, gentlemen, I'd be the one honored. There's well, put it this way, it would be mutual. How's that? To be,
Yeah.
just be
That's cool.
reasonable about it. Like, yes, I mean, there's some people that I wouldn't invite, for obvious reasons.
Yeah. But so if I come on this chat and I'm able to bounce ideas off of people who are of like mind and
Right.
who experience the same sort of pain that I have, I feel better about that.
That's
Right.
good, man.
Right.
That's great.
the point. That's the point. That's the whole point of it all, where you could so-called relax. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not saying, well, what you did was wrong. No. You did your duty. You understand
Yeah.
that, Marine? You did your duty,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Following orders, man.
Oh yeah. So as it goes, when you feel comfortable, whether
Yeah.
it's a few beers or just sober, it
Doesn't
really
matter.
here or there. It's
Doesn't
just
matter.
when you feel comfortable. And like I said, if I would encourage you. I don't know if you're a writer per se, but it's not about trying to get it. You've seen me chat, right? Where I write these things out and all real nice structured sentences, creative statements, all this real nice stuff that I can do naturally. That's just me, natural. But
Yep.
the idea, Shotgun Rider, is for you to just sit there and you get yourself a journal and you tell yourself, I'm not going to smoke
Yeah.
a cigarette, but I'm going to write. And what you do is you sit there, even if you have a few beers, and you start writing. Never mind the mechanics, the grammar, punctuation, never mind. And you just start writing the
And it
things
doesn't
you
matter
need
that
to
anybody's
write.
going to be reading that.
Or
You know?
type. Like I said, on your
Yep.
computer, you set up a file and you just start typing it. If you can print it out, that's great. But the thing is, you don't have to show it to anyone.
That's right.
You just
Yep.
put it away. Put it away in the
Yep.
manila envelopes, I think they call them,
Yeah.
those
Yep.
big ones. And you
Yep.
stuff in paper in there. You can stuff it. You can leave it, and no one has to know. No one.
Exactly.
But the thing is that you get it out in different ways, like chatting with us,
Right.
or writing it out, or go and talk to your brothers, right, at the hall. That's just different ways of trying to get that out of your system.
Yeah, man.
If you keep, like I said, if you keep tamping it down, I call it bottling it up. That
Yep.
pressure is going to build and build, and you did
Yep.
mention a few moments ago, that you thought about that 45.
Yep.
You thought about it. I got you. I care.
Yep.
I care. And I'm
It's-
not, I won't let you go. I won't say, yeah, put that aside, forget it. No. You shouldn't do that. No. That's you. That's the real. That's your perception in
It
the
wouldn't be
now.
this stream, this voice chat wouldn't be the same without Tommy around, man. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, he brings in a piece of this puzzle that no
Yep.
one would have known otherwise. And
Irreplaceable, man.
important. That's actually critical.
Yep.
It lends character to this canvas.
Yep.
My apologies. I don't want to get artistic, but
No,
Right. Right.
thank you, my brothers.
that's
Yeah, man.
the
And that's a very interesting concept, which I will give great thought to, Ronan, about writing a journal, because
yeah,
I've never
a
done.
daily journal. Just tell yourself, I'm going to write
Yep.
this journal, and you say, well, it was like the idea you came up with. Yeah, I'll get a job and I can cut down on the smoking. Okay, here's another step. Get yourself a journal. Regular grocery store. Just get they got paper there too, but like I said, however you feel comfortable, just find the best way to do it. I tell you what, even if you just get a voice recording and you want to talk to a
Yeah.
voice recording, okay, even if you just do that or write it or type it, any way you can find, and
Right.
just put it down, out, just get it out of your system. You got to pop the top off of that bottle and just let
An outlet. It's called
Yeah.
an outlet.
Yeah,
an outlet. Yes.
yeah.
Tommy, I've asked you a couple times, to talk about what you saw over there, and it's because I don't believe in the history books, and we've talked about that before. And a lot of it is my curiosity, and a lot of it is because I care. If I didn't
Right.
care, then I wouldn't care to ask. And it's because I care about you guys, like
Right.
each and every single one of you, the ones that made it home and the ones who didn't. I genuinely care about you guys, because you guys are my heroes. Like,
All right.
I don't have any heroes to look up to. I don't have a Martin Luther King or a John Lennon like you guys did in your generation. So who's my
Right.
heroes? You guys.
That's very sweet. That's very sweet of you, Hank. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, Hank's a good man.
Damn. That gives me a lot of hope that people like Hank out there who have such heart,
Yep.
and understanding.
Yeah. It touches your heart, man.
It does.
To
It does.
hear Hank talk like that, man.
It does. You know, the three old bastards, you, me, and Ronan, we could talk. We could talk about the pain, but to see somebody like Hank come up and say that shit really is impressive.
That's right. Like you talking with your brothers, right?
Yep.
They know the same things you know, and you just in that same group, that same cycle, and you all know the same story. But when you get a so-called neutral observer, Hank Hill, perfect example,
Right.
he wants to know what that is. A
That's what
person
you
like that
said.
is curious. He can appreciate it at a distance. Yes, he's never felt that pain. He'll never see those things.
Well,
That's
hopefully not.
right. But
You're right, Ronan.
yeah,
That
what does it allow you to think when you heard what Hank Hill just said?
it makes my heart feel good.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna cuss here. Hoorah, motherfucker!
Fuck you, Ronan. Make me a crawfish boil. All right, guys. I gotta fucking crash. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Yeah, get that journal.
All
Yeah,
right.
man.
Thank you very much.
You're
All
most
right.
welcome.
All right, Tommy.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Tommy.
We did something, Jose de Mello and Hank Hill. We did
Uh,
something.
Tommy,
very
Tommy did all the work, man.
well. I said something, not all.
Yeah.
It's a platform. We gave him a platform, an opening, a window, another window, should I say?
Some magic happened here tonight, man.
Oh yeah. So it's very important.
Yeah.
And the fact that people in the text chat got it and they appreciated it,
Yep.
that's also another so-called beam of light.
Right.
That's just another perspective. And like I said, I can't fault the man. He's not a criminal. He did his
Right.
duty as a warrior for our nation.
Right.
Well, for freedom.
Yep.
I can say
Yep.
that. He's not the politician.
Right.
He's not. He's not out there.
I
Excuses,
mean,
stories, and lies.
Roland, how many people would volunteer to do what he did
The
in
few.
today's society? How many people would put on the boots, put on a uniform, and go out there and do that?
The few.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah, he is a hero, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But so long
Him
as
and his
he.
brothers, you know.
Oh yeah. So long as he understands that, it'll take a little bit to realize.
Right.
Like with anybody else, hey man, your life is important. Your
Right.
life is important. You're contributing more than you imagine by
Right.
moving forward as long as you can.
I just hope he finds some kind of joy in his later years in life.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. To me, because I think my own way. Yes.
Right.
I look at it as a constant now.
Right.
My line is yesterday is a memory.
There
Tomorrow
we go.
is a fantasy.
Now you're talking.
Right. That's the way I look at it. Yesterday is a memory. Tomorrow is a fantasy. What we have is the now, and what can we contribute?
Okay. Listen, Ronan. In all of my pain, 1997, I had my money, and I decided I'm going to be doing something. I was in a lot of pain. Still am. And I used to play sports, so I was unable to do what I used to love to do. Ski and play tennis and play hockey and all that. And I needed a challenge in my life, and so I started doing a little gambling. I learned how to play roulette. That was my little getaway. That was my escape from the pain. And when I was engaged in that, in the roulette, man, I did a little bit of damage. You know, I started getting good. Yeah, you know, I had some bad days, and there were some good days. I made some serious money. There's some patterns and stuff, and my brain was getting engaged in that. I had to really concentrate. And with the symptoms that I had with a bad memory, I was getting engaged with that. You know, every number where the ball dropped and stuff, I was seeing different patterns and shit. And to make a long story short, that was the competitive side of me, and I started treating it as a job. So I was doing that every day. To be honest, I didn't do it on weekends, but during the week I used to go there, and I became a platinum player. And in doing so, it takes quite a bit of money to be a platinum player, and I did that for years. And I estimated, and I did the calculations. In all those years, we're looking at $500,000 that I played with my money and casino money. That is serious coin. There was a time, I forget the year, where I walked in there with $1,000 and I started playing with $90. And 3 weeks later, I had $16,000 in cash in my pocket with a $90 investment. And that's roulette. That's one of the hardest things ever to fucking do. Anyway, I thought I'd share that with you.
Cool.
You know, outside of playing a couple poker games for cash when I was a kid before I knew it was illegal, I haven't really gambled that much. Like, talking less than 20 scratch-off tickets
Right.
and stuff since I was 18. Like, literally less than 20, possibly less than 10. But I can't be for certain on that one.
Right.
And it, you know, it makes me like want to try it. You know, just take $100 and have fun, just like I was to take $100 to Dallas and have fun.
Well,
You
there
know?
are problem gamblers in these places. The faces I used to see there, it was usually the same players. There was a few professional players. There's poker players. There's all kinds of slot machine players. And I used to hear the same old stories outside the smoking area. You know, how much money they lost, this and that. And I used to have people hanging around me where I was playing the roulette. They used to see some of the action I was doing. Not that I was advertising, but some of these Chinese people, they have their eyes wide open, eh? And they see what people are doing. And sometimes, you know, it would piss me off because I could sense them right behind me. You know, it's like they were like groupies kind of thing, eh? That really pissed me off because it's hard to concentrate when you're playing with big money and you got people behind you and you're trying to concentrate on, you know, the next number that's going to come up, eh? Hey, Beck.
Hey, D-Beck.
Very pissed off. See that little low-life packy cunt still at it?
Oh, yeah?
You still where?
Yeah, read the Hangout, little bastard.
Yeah, he was here earlier. Well, the previous hangout, he came over, started talking some nonsense. Then he had to say his goodbyes because I wasn't putting up with it.
Yeah, Athena just added him, or she added him a while back. No Packy Lance and Samando and others took the side of that paedophile Beck.
What
He's
the
one
fuck?
low-life little fucking bastard.
Are you fucking kidding me? What's with this fucking pedophile bullshit, man?
Read the Hangout, Ozzy. Read the Hangout.
This fucking shit better stop, man.
Can't you see the Hangout?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Ozzy?
check it out now, Beck.
The little bastard won't stop. I'm going to snipe the little lowlife cunt every time he's fucking added. Don't give a fuck.
I don't fucking blame you, man. Fuck
And
it.
I'm going to kick Athena out of my hangout for fucking adding him. She's just playing fucking games.
What the fuck is going on here?
And why she added him, or I'm fucking kicking her.
Yeah, I heard
Fed
this.
up with these fucking games. Eh?
Yeah, I'm reading it now, Beck. What the fuck is this shit?
Well, if you look up a bit, you see Athena added him. You know,
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
she plays too many fucking games on these streams, Athena. Or I'm just going to start chatting in the same vein, yeah? I'll just talk to Athena like Packy talks to me if that's what she fucking wants, you know.
Unfucking believable, man. This is fucking. I don't like that word to begin with. It's disturbing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fucking
what
sick.
they want it.
It's
what they
fucking
want
sick.
to fucking. It's what they want to draw you down to start talking like, you know.
It's the most fucking degrading of words, really, and it's the kind of person that needs their fucking throat slashed.
Yeah, I know.
Is
I
my
know. I'll
opinion.
start talking the same way. I'll start saying to Amando, I want to fuck your son up the arse, you know, and stuff like that. If that's the kind of chat they want. That's what they want it lowered down to. They'll play the same game, you know.
Yeah, this is very fucking disturbing, and this is getting nastier, Beck.
Yeah, I know, but it's where he's coming from. He's coming from Big L stream, and that Kayla's.
Okay.
This is where he floats about.
Uh,
Athena goes on them all, adding them. So
okay.
they'll be talking in the other stream. Oh, can you add me? And it just start this shit, you know.
This is the most pathetic fucking shit, man. The most pathetic fucking shit, man.
He shouldn't be talking to normal human beings. It's as simple as that. You know, we can give each other a wind up, have a joke, but you know, this kind of low-life fucking shit.
Not this language.
You wish you could get the little bastard standing in front of you for fucking 10 seconds, you know.
Yeah. I'd fucking lose my mind if somebody was calling me that fucking name.
Well, it seems acceptable to most people because they don't comment about it, they don't criticise it, they just accept it, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking
That's
not
the worst
me.
name. It's the worst fucking name you could call a man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's say I'll start talking the same fucking shit and see, you know.
Well, I think that's what they want, man. You know, misery loves company, right?
Let us talk like that till we snipe each other, you know. Fucking thing to wake up to, little bastard.
Unfucking believable. On fucking Friday morning, this is what you wake up to. Unfucking real.
Well, I end up just giving up doing my own fucking hangout, you know, if these are on this.
We were having a good conversation with Tommy, man. Ronan and I.
Oh, yeah. Where's Tommy?
Tommy, he went to crash out.
Who's the chief then?
I don't know.
Jose, he's quiet. The other Jose?
Yeah, he was talking earlier. We had a little bit of fun.
Well, fairly quiet then.
Yeah, I guess Chief left. I don't know who Chief is.
No, I don't know. Are they chatting on the YouTube? I haven't got the YouTube channel open. Jose, have you got it open, the YouTube text?
No, I'm going to open it now.
I couldn't. I was typing on that YouTube text last night. It wasn't showing up for me. I don't know why.
No?
No.
You still there, guys?
Yeah, you're back, Hank.
Yeah, the Chiefs guy. That was me. Shit.
Oh, that was you, Hank. That's right. Okay.
Is it a chief or a chef?
Yeah, Tex-Max is out here, back. Rupert, too. Rupert, why don't you come in and talk to us, man?
Text back again. Fucking hell, he's disappeared for a while. I'm going to load it up. Quiet last night as well.
It wasn't for me. I went to go hang out with P-Mars and Big Al and them and shit. And, you know, I was thinking, you know, I can look at the chat. It'll be okay. So I go to the fucking group chat, and then I see something that says something about, what's the name? Anyway, there was a name on top that I was familiar with, but I couldn't read it because it was too small, because it was like a screenshot of a cell phone. And I clicked on it, and it's Kayla's fucking nudes. You know, I avoided her channel. I avoided her nudes. Somebody's got the watch page open. But anyway, man, I was so pissed off because it said Mark Sargent, right? I click on Mark Sargent, and then down at the bottom is some blurry ass JPEG. Somebody's got the watch page open. Anyway, there was a name on top that I was familiar with, but I couldn't read it because it was too small. So I took a screenshot of the cell phone.
Yeah, P-Wars is sneaky little bastard. He's the one that adds the fucking rolly. That is he.
Well, it wasn't P-Mar that posted it, but it was somebody in his chat. He shut his hangout down because his chat got so obscene last night.
Yeah, I'm on about your hangout. You know, when all the sniping started, Hank.
Well, I didn't see it because I wasn't there. I did see you left me a message, and you seemed pretty upset in the message.
Yeah, well, I don't know why he's upset, because he's a sniping little bastard. He's the one that added Al Hu. He doesn't actually do the sniping, but he adds the snipers. That's how sneaky the little bastard is. Little prick. Rolly sniped me, yeah, from your hangout. Yeah, Ray re-added me. So I sniped Rolly, yeah. And then P-Mars re-added Rolly, and Al sniped Ray. Ray will tell you. And P-Mars, after Al came back and sniped Al Hu, P-Mars re-added Al Hu. All P-Mars does is add the snipers. He doesn't take part in it, but he adds them. He knows what he's doing. That's what I mean when I call him a sneaky little bastard. Yeah. That's what I mean. People ignore this, you know, say, well, okay, I chat to him. Of course you chat to him. He'll be quite okay with you. But if you call him out for what he is, he doesn't like it. He's a drugged up little fucking mixer. That's what P-Mars is. Call a spade a fucking spade. And then Rolly, Amando's fucking saying, Rolly's want to come back and speak to us. And then Mojav told me yesterday that Rolly kicked me off Amando's last stream. I hadn't even fucking spoke to her. She came in and kicked me off. Snipers. They're in black and white for anybody to read in the hangout. They don't fucking notice it. Oh dear. Give up anyway. I'm fucking off.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unfuckable.
They ignore it, Hank. They completely fucking ignore it. As long as they don't get sniped, they don't give a shit. And then if you call a sniper, oh, you're causing problems, you know. I speak okay to them. Yeah, you might speak okay to them, but they're sniping people out if they don't get their own fucking way. This is what's going to happen with Packy. Yeah. And that P Mars. If P Mars adds Al Who or Rolly to here, I'll fucking kick him out.
Yeah, you do that, Beck.
Because you know what's going to happen. And then people say, ah, you sniped them fast. Fucking hell, they haven't got 2 brain cells to fucking put together. You try and explain it to them. Yeah, but let's do it.
Yeah, honest Pakistani came on to the previous chat, basically starting up. And he started with me, started thanking me for helping him with the speech impediment. And I told him, you know, that's fine. You know, I helped you with something. And he says, well, you know, you're my creator nonsense. And I said, well, no, I just helped you with something. And then he comes back, well, you know, something along the lines of, why don't you side with me? And I said, well, you became hostile. There's no point. There's no point in going on. But you got help with something. I mean, I'm happy to have helped you, but that's only one thing. It's not everything. And, you know, if it comes down to it, I wasn't going to so-called take sides because he wanted to give me money for helping him. It's the fact that, well, now is now. And what he did now is unacceptable.
Yeah, I don't think people realise he's taking a piss, Ronan. It's like, I mean, I'll give women a wide berth, but pay me is a paranoid schizophrenic. She calls me Becky, which is a fucking girl's name. I gave her leeway on it for a while. I thought, well, this is getting a bit tiring. So I'll start calling her Albert. Yeah, she went a bit hostile at that. I thought, fucking hell, you've been calling me Becky for 6 months. I'm entitled to a little bit back, you know.
Yeah.
So I reverted, went back to calling her Pay Me. Yeah, she continued in the same vein. So I'll go back to calling her Albert and I'll see a response. But whenever she's in here and she comes out with some fucking statement, when I try and answer her, I get the same as what you get. She screams over the top of you.
Oh, yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah. But she's got a chip on her shoulder because she gave Shan a fucking nightmare for about 6 months, calling her, what do they call them? You know, a she-male and stuff because she didn't believe Shan was female.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I stopped by her and I said to her I'd actually spoken to Shan. I'd heard her voice.
Yeah, I recall that, Beck.
Yeah, she was calling me a liar. Dave Simpson was sitting in the wall. He says, oh, I don't want to upset either of you. And I started arguing with Dave saying, get off the fucking wall. You know, go one way.
Fight the fence. Yeah. Get off the fence, yeah.
And she made Shan's life a misery on that stream for like 6 months. And I think instead of her taking it out on Shan when Shan proved her wrong, on me now, you know. Such a paranoid she bloody is, much of a schizo.
It's interesting.
And she, you know,
It's interesting that you picked up on that, Beck, and now you're alluding to that. Because sometimes we're so busy focused on our own kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
well, I've tried saying it. I've typed out in chat. I mean, Amando made comments about a dead husband, then he apologised for it. I never ever made any comments about a dead husband.
Right.
The worst thing I've said to her is send me a topless.
Right.
For that, she calls me a perv slug, you know, a bastard, you know, the lowest of the low, you know, and I'm thinking of all the things that's been typed to you on that stream by other people who she still chats to quite normally.
Right.
And she pulls me up for saying, send me a topless. Now she's got some fucking issue about me having Skype. I don't know what that's about. I'll no doubt find out if I'm here long enough.
Don't be discouraged, man.
Oh no, it's even to the point she would, you know, she kept saying she wouldn't come in here and sing if I was on the panel. I thought, well, okay, you know, I'll mute myself. And the last time Amanda was asking her to come in and sing, and she says, no, I'll come in when Becky's not there, you know. And I said, I'll mute myself. So I muted myself. She came on the panel. She started talking to a couple of people, and then she makes these side remarks to draw you in, you know. And I'm listening. Right, I said, did you come in and sing? Are you going to sing or what? You know, someone asked you to sing. And then it was, don't you tell me what to do, you know, and I'm like, fucking hell, you know, and she went on for 10 minutes. So I demiked myself again. I said, either sing or fuck off. You fuck off. Don't tell me to fuck off, you know, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. That was funny. But I thought, yeah, I'll make myself and just let you make a fucking fool of yourself. Yeah, all kinds of characters. That's what makes it funny. You know, you get different people like that. And then you get Tommy saying, oh, Beck, don't mind Pammy. She's a typical New Yorker. New Yorker screams over the top of each other. So funny. I will chat with Anders. We'll take the dog out. Very quiet, Ozzy. Eh?
Yeah, that's okay too, man.
Yeah, I was doing some dishes listening back. And if what he said about PMARS is true about him inviting the snappers, it is kind of the person's fault who invites the snappers. I mean, absolutely. If they know that they're known snappers, then, you know, Alhu is not going to come on Hank Hill's chat to talk to Hank Hill. Right? We all know that.
Yeah.
So what's he coming for?
Well,
what does Alhu want to do with Hank Hill chat, you know, the flat earther? He just wants to cause chaos and snap people and shit, right?
I don't know, Hank. From what I gather, they're in the same. I don't know about Alhu, but PMARS and Rolly, and not so much Izzy. Izzy's got a kind of issue with everybody, but PMARS and Rolly, they don't want. They're in a group that kind of enjoy teams, you know. they go back to Kayla's or whoever's stream and laugh about it. We got the stream sniped, so the stream shut down, LOL, you know. But I was getting kicked out that and re-added that many times. That's why I messaged you. I've just left. I left the stream. Fed up with it. A lot of drama. Hey, Hank, where will I pick up how to add a YouTube text to a Hangout? I can get a live stream, but I can't get the bloody YouTube text up.
I'll be right back.
Hmm? Excuse me. So in the head scratch, you fucked, basically. All right, Rupert. I might do a live cast, and you can join and coach me, Rupert. Coach, maybe if you have the time. Who the fuck's Audrey?
What's up, Ed?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I just woke up, man. I fell asleep on the bed back there with, and just woke up.
Yeah.
Man.
Is your sleeping pattern been knocked out a bit, buddy? Yeah.
Sleeping partner been what?
Sleeping pattern. You know, your normal sleeping times.
Oh, it's been totally whacked, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, with everything that's been going on for the last week or two, yeah, it's been crazy, man. I'll fall asleep for 2 hours, get up, can't go back to sleep, da 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 da. And then I get phone calls, family phone calls, feuds, blah 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 blah. Just on and on, man. Yeah. So anyway, end result of all of it is I'm not going to the funeral tomorrow. I'm scared I'm gonna do something stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, a lot of people can't deal with funerals.
Yeah, you know, man, I hear it all the time. You know, it's just happening, you know, here instead of somewhere else. That's us. It's the same story, different day, different family.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of arguments get caused in my family at my father's funeral. A couple didn't want to go, but I could understand why. You know, I mean, if somebody says to me, I'd rather remember somebody how they were, you know, I don't want to see all this rigmarole. Or the other person said, if I go, I'm going to say a few words to some people that aren't going to like, you know, which doesn't belong at a funeral.
Right.
I can understand why they don't want to go, you know.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on. There's a lot of different elements. But yeah, that's well for me. I think I'm going to send everybody else, but I don't think I'm going, man. there's just some, you know,
Yeah.
there's just some people that are just unbelievable, man. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'll tell you, a quick story. I got two sisters that lives within 1 mile of my mother. Okay. Now, one of my sisters stayed in Texas for 22, 24 years, teaches music. She's like the best you can get in the symphony orchestra world. And so she's, you know, about the best out there, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so she goes through her little divorce. She moves back here. Anyway, since all that time happened, my other sister lives within 1 fucking mile of my mother, man. Well, all these years, man, I don't know what happened. I never really knew. I think, okay, so I won't get in too deep about it. I'll just make broad statements and be done with it. But anyway, my brother-in-law, which is one of my sister's husbands, years ago, tried to start dominating all of my mother and father's real estate. So he got about 3 houses from them. And, you know, my parents started off with nothing, ended up with about 17 rental homes, blah, place at the mountain, place at the da. And so I stayed out all that shit. I never, you know, wanted anything. So as time's gone by, I heard that they got in an argument because he was trying to counsel her to take control after my father died, to take control of everything that my mother owned.
Yeah.
And my other sister, I guess, started getting upset about it. Went over there and I guess they had it out, and they hadn't talked to each other since. But yet at the same time, that sister of mine in the symphony orchestra, not the one that has the spouse that always tried to take everything in the family. Come to find out, when his dad died, he did the same thing to his brother. His brother won't talk to him either. But anyway, so even though my oldest sister goes to the same church as my mother, and my mother got her a job, a paycheck job, playing in the church, just one of her many jobs in music, they stopped talking. Well, I never knew exactly why, but, you know, and it's kind of like, you know, I don't know, my mother had one side of the story and I never heard her side. But anyway, it sounded ridiculous to me. But I stayed out of it. I never got in. And I said, well, hell, just don't talk to the bitch no more, Ma. If she's going to be that damn childish, you know, you get her into your church, you get her another paycheck coming in from the church. Now she won't talk to you. It really don't matter why. Don't worry about it, you know. But anyway, so now you have all these things going on with the real estate and all that shit, man. And I'm gonna tell you what, man. I'm just, me and my brother, we're cool. He's done well for himself, and he's kind of like me, man. He's tried to stay out of all that stuff, you know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, man, all that shit's going on, and I'm scared to death I'm gonna do something that I might regret.
I know
my family might. Yeah, I think it's just best. In other words, man, you know, since I was giving her the 24-hour care, I've already really said my adieu, if you know what I mean, on the way out on the stretcher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't really need to go to their little fake ass plastic ceremony. You know what I mean? In other words, you can't talk to her. You can't never come by and say hi to her. I'm talking about, man, no contact, man, for years now. Okay. And they know she's sick. They know she's sick. They know she's not. No calls. Can't come by. Can't help with nothing. Can't do nothing. My wife, Crystal, and my family has been taking care of her since the day she started getting sick for a long time now. And now they want to come in like buzzards and hawks and fucking try to act like they fucking own my mama's shit.
Yeah. I know I've experienced the exact same thing, buddy. At least you've got the saving grace that you were there for her, you know, at the end, and you were the last to, you know her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And here's the thing too, Beck. I don't want nothing to do with any of it. And when I say that, I honestly mean it. Everybody that knows me here, you know, they know all about it. But anyway, I don't care what they do. Now, thank God my brother's the, what do you call it? The executor or whatever?
Yeah, power of attorney.
Yeah. Well, when I read the will, it said, it never used that term. It just said representative.
Executor then.
I just woke up, man. I'm not thinking good.
Yeah.
But what did you say? Yeah, wow. One of those new words that I just learned, a representative.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. He was representing your mom, so he was power of attorney, right?
Yeah, and he's telling me, you know, he's telling me things, and I went, you know, I really don't care about any of it, but
Yeah.
you know, and I won't get off into the details, but anyway.
Right.
So now he's worried because he's gonna have his wife there and his wife's family. And he's made me swear to God that I'm not going to do anything at the damn funeral. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll do better than that. If you're that worried about it, I just won't go.
Okay.
Yeah.
He knows the shit's gonna hit the fan. That's what it is, man.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, man. I've never seen, you know, it's one of those things where you question if you should just throw it all out on the fucking table.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what, buddy? From the time that I met you and I talked to you, man, and the energy that you give off, man, let me say this, man. I have the highest fucking respect for you, man.
Wow, man.
Right.
I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thanks.
Yeah, man. So you're talking about this situation, and I'm reverting back to my situation, and I know exactly where you're coming from.
It probably happened in your family too, DeMello.
Yeah, so
you know?
I'm going to listen to you, and I'm
Yeah,
going to
I think
respect
everybody does, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going to respect your decision.
Yeah, man. So I'm not going, but I'm going to try to make sure Crystal and everybody goes. It's just
Yeah. It's
so-
best this way.
Yeah, so I ain't got nothing to hide no more. Everybody knows I'm 29, and you know, so my son calls me up a little while ago. You know, you're going to give me an answer before I go to bed, and I went, I ain't going to tell you shit.
Right.
And he's trying to come by and pick up my little one. You know what I mean?
Right.
And somebody else too. And well, if they're going, then I feel it's right. Crystal goes, and he said, I'm not going to bed till you give me an answer. And I said, hey, man, you know. So I told him, you know, yeah, he can come by and go get her out of school and all that shit. And I said, but don't be expecting to see me, because it's in other words, man, if something happens, that's not fair to the grandkids and people that don't have anything to do with it that are there.
Yep, exactly.
It's not the place for all that stuff to happen.
No, it's not, man.
And I'm scared to death it will, man, because it's hardcore shit, man. And
Right.
if one person does one little snickery ass thing to me,
Right.
I know I'm gonna lose it, because
only takes one smart remark, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. We're the same. The three of us, we have the same personality, man. You know what? When I was there at the funeral for my mom, the funeral home, man, I was waiting for that fucking one remark, man.
You see, I don't.
I kept telling myself, and I'm looking at my mom there, and I kept telling myself, it's not going to happen. You know, I'm going to remain calm, Mom. I'm thinking to myself, and I'm talking through my heart. This is not the place. We're honoring you here today as you rest, and nobody better get out of hand here today, because I'm going to handle it, Mom.
Right.
I know what was done to you, and it was wrong. I'm here representing you.
I don't know how these people live with themselves, DeMello. You know what I mean? I don't know how they live with themselves.
So,
I really don't. There's some cold motherfuckers out there, boy.
let me tell you this, buddy. I asked the big guy to give me the power, to give me the strength, from me, exploding. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Well, so the way I'm going to handle it is, it's not fair to my family and my brother's family and everybody.
It's not fair to your mom, man. Your mom is resting.
And she does in other words, a parent, man, they want all their kids,
They want peace. They want peace and unity.
They want peace. And if down here, wherever they're at, I guess they're up in the heavens.
Right.
Down here, things are still the way they are. And so I have to make a judgment call, what I feel is right and correct.
Right.
And I'm going to make sure that I'm not there.
Okay, but you're going to have to live with that decision too, eh?
Well, as I said, I feel like I've already had the ceremony with her on the way out of the.
Okay, yeah, you told me that earlier.
Yeah.
In other words, she was already.
As long as you're at peace with, buddy, as long as you're at peace with that,
yeah,
you're good. You're good, man.
Well, she was already lifeless in here, and I was, talking to her.
Yeah.
While I was lifting her off the couch, the 911
right.
guy was telling me to lay her on the floor and all that stuff and what to do next, and so I've already, kind of that
I'm with
moment's
you, man.
already happened for me anyway, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
So
my heart goes out to you, man.
I don't want to. It's one of those things, man, to where you don't want to do anything wrong around grandchildren and church.
Yeah, man.
Everybody went to church with her and blah blah blah.
It's everlasting, man. That impression will always be there.
But yet, you can't let it go if anything is said. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, man. Beck understands what you're saying, and Hank understands.
I think it's better for me to.
Everybody's got that. Everybody's got that in the family. I've not attended 2 funerals, maybe 1 wedding.
Right.
Yeah. But I've got a younger sister who doesn't take any prisoners. She turned up at a funeral that I was at, and nobody actually wanted her there. But she stood up and actually more or less nudged the vicar out of the way to take the microphone.
Wow.
He made a speech that almost made me cry. Yeah.
Oh, man.
About some home truths on the family. It wasn't the time or the place, but everything she said. One of my brothers even got up and moved towards her to say, this isn't the time or place. And she was on a microphone, yeah. And she said, you sit the fuck back down or I'll drop you like a fucking stone. And she carried on, and she made a speech for about, 10 minutes, and she spoke a lot of truths, and everybody just stood with their mouth open.
Wow.
But, I thought to myself, yeah, girl, you fucking go and tell them,
And she did.
But everybody's got that in their family,
Yeah, you're right, Beck.
And it's, like you
it's
say,
deep,
you can't hold. Yeah, I know you can't hold back. It only takes one remark, and I've
That's
even
all it is, man.
My wife can't understand this in our culture, this argument at this time, those kind of time. Arrange a couple of times when I haven't went to funerals, I've had to say to people, if anybody makes one funny remark to her, I'm close by. I'm not at the church. I'm not at the graveyard.
Right.
If anybody makes a remark to her, you give me a call.
Right. I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just be careful what you say to them.
Yeah. It looks like everybody has experienced the exact same thing. So there may be different elements involved, different real estate, different this, different people, different.
Yeah.
It's the moral compass. What we're talking about is the moral compass.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to remain here. But, my son was pushing me for I'll let you in on a little secret, man, which, little one yet because she was so close with my mother.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? And I
Yep.
haven't
Yep.
on that walk through the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Yeah. She keeps asking where she's at and everything.
Oh man.
I hadn't figured out how.
Oh,
Wow,
buddy. Jesus, man.
man.
This
So
hurts,
it's,
man.
hey, man. So I almost lost it just now thinking about it. But anyway,
Right.
so this is going to be her first. She'll be picked up in school, and they'll take her out there. Well, you know, hey, man. You know, my big thing about that was, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. I haven't done my job yet. You know,
Right.
I haven't
Daddy.
talked to her
Yep.
yet. And they said,
Yep.
no, we're all going to be there together. It'll be fine. It'll be there. I'm going to tell you, man, I don't want to tell you all my family stuff, but I'll tell you something. This is so serious. Okay, you know I was married once before, right?
Right.
Should I even tell them this shit? But anyway, so my ex-wife, you know, hey, man, she was close with my mother and my father too, right?
Right, man.
So she's coming around. She's all heartfelt. She wants to take Crystal and my youngins, you know, to the funeral, you know, so, and that's all cool. So she has my son coming, and she starts talking to, you know, and all that stuff in the last couple of days, you know, my first wife.
Right.
And so I guess she's gonna come by. Hey, how crazy is that? My ex-wife's gonna take Crystal and shit to the fucking funeral. How
Crazy world, eh?
That's crazy shit, right, man?
Yeah.
But
Well,
anyway,
you know,
it's all good. They get along good.
it's all
you know.
good, isn't it? Yeah, man. It's a blessing, isn't it?
Everything's fine in those areas. It's
Yeah.
just
Awesome.
for me, I can't go, man. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay here and keep the peace. But
Okay.
I was a little worried about the little one finding out that way.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Mm.
But they're pushing me for an answer tonight. That's why I dropped out earlier and
Right.
you know, got on a long telephone call.
So when are you going to talk to the little one, man?
Well, she's already in the bed. She'll be going to school early in the morning, and so
Yeah, you're going to be doing the fatherly talk with her, right?
I don't know. Crystal's sitting there telling me now she might have a talk with her, but I don't know. I don't know who should tell her, and I don't know. You might know. Anyway, so
Yeah, you and your wife are going to have that talk.
Yeah, I'm still faced with that, so I don't know whether to just let her be picked up tomorrow. And
right, you don't want her to be traumatized, man.
Well, see, I didn't even really want the young one to go. Under the pretenses and circumstances that surround the elements there, I just didn't think it was healthy.
Right.
I mean, if you know, I'm the one supposed to watch out for her. You know
right.
what I mean?
Your dad, man.
Not that anybody's going to do anything to a child.
No.
I don't know, man. So I got all that shit going on.
Yeah, man. I'm here for you, man.
And yeah, you know how it is. You fall asleep for 2 hours, have a fucking nightmare, wake up, have a coffee, man.
Yeah, man. I was there, man.
So, and since I don't do dope, it's cigarettes and coffee for me right now.
Yeah, it's cigarettes and tea for me.
Yeah.
But anyway, enough of the sad shit.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, that's what's going on with me. That's why I dropped out earlier on the stream, because I was getting phone calls.
Let's fucking jam, man. Let's get a jam going, man.
Let's get.
I heard you.
All right, Beck.
I heard you strumming on something earlier before I dropped out. Mero was on the hangout.
Oh, you heard a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, you were strumming, weren't you?
Yeah, I was strumming a little bit, a couple of chords.
Hey man, has anybody seen Petra? I hadn't seen Petra today.
No, I haven't, man.
I'm gonna look. I don't know, man. My gut talks to me. Yeah. I got a real.
I'm listening to you, man.
Well, I've experienced a lot of. People don't believe this shit, but anyway, I've experienced a lot of telepathy in my life, and
a lot of what?
I
didn't hear you.
Telepathy.
Telepathy, yeah, man. I'm with you.
Okay, I've experienced a lot of telepathy in my life, and something hit my gut today about. I just want to make sure Petra's okay, man.
Okay.
think she's been staying up, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe doing some things she shouldn't be, and I
Oh,
hadn't seen
okay.
her today.
Oh, you're onto that,
Been a
eh?
little
Okay.
worried.
You're like me, man. You're in tune.
Yeah. Well, maybe a little bit, but
Yeah, man.
okay. D-Beck said Petra will be cool. Okay. Yeah.
She's
yeah.
a
Petra is
special
one
one.
of those people,
She's a
man.
special one, man.
Well, you know, I've been around all kinds of people in my life, man. You know, I worked in a shipyard, so all walks of life there. And
Right.
I've been on stage all my life. I've been in bars all my life. So I've been
Right.
around it all, man. Okay. And then in my industry jobs, I've been around, people in
Yeah.
the corporate
I'm gonna
world.
delve into that with you right now.
Yeah. And Petra, man, look, man, everybody's got their own life and the way they perceive and see things, but
Right.
I just feel Petra, if you know what I mean.
The energy. Yeah, I was gonna get into that.
I feel her life. I feel what she.
You feel her energy.
Well, I feel her issues, if you will.
Yeah.
I feel them, man. You know what I mean?
So do I, man.
I just wanted to make sure she was all right. I hadn't seen her.
When I talked to her, man. When I talked to Petra, and some of the stuff she talks to me with, and she questions, people, dropped out of her life and stuff like that. The way she was treated when she was young and all that. I don't want to delve into that.
Yeah.
Because that's personal. What she was talking to me
I don't
about.
really know much about that, but she seems to have found something that channels her, and this music thing going on with her lately. And
yeah, man.
You can get sidetracked and kind of, in other words, you can get if you get real excited about something and you start, wow, I really love this, and you can get way up and then get way down.
Low, the highs and lows. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I want her to stay in the middle, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, man.
In other words, if she starts feeling like she's not worthy, or she goes out and sees somebody that
you're talking Tai and Chi.
Yeah. But anyway, man, la 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 la
la la la. It was freaky because my birthday is on the 14th of November. I remember we were just having a casual conversation, and then Petra said, "Yeah, well, mine's on the 16th." I said, "No way, you're a fucking Scorpio too, eh?" And so I picked up on certain things in her personality and stuff. And the only difference is she's a female and I'm a male. A lot of her personality, I have also, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's into the animals and nature and a whole bunch of shit. I'm into that too.
Yeah.
So I started to feel, her character, you know what I'm saying? Her makeup.
Right.
Kind of deep shit, man.
Yeah, and
deep stuff.
After I went through my divorce years ago, did I ever tell you about the big old cockatoo bird I had, like the Beretta, did you ever see that show?
Yeah. When I first started talking to you, you mentioned that
was
bird.
A big son of a bitch, man. He was my buddy. I mean, he was my buddy, man. And man, me and him spent a lot of years together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
He'd fly down in the morning, and so I see that in Petra. But he'd fly down every morning, just like a clock, man. He'd fly down, because I kept him outside the cage. I let his wings grow. He could fly around the house, do whatever he wanted to do. And they say you can't potty train a bird. Bullshit, man. My dad. I mean, there was a few times he didn't make it back to the cage, but I didn't blame him for that. But yeah, man, when my bird needed to use the fucking bathroom, he'd fly over to his fucking cage and use the bathroom.
That's cool, man.
But so he was my buddy, man, and since I left him out, hey, I feel sorry for the person that came in my house when I'm not here. He would tear their ass up, buddy. But anyway,
cool, man.
He'd fly down in the morning. He'd pull himself up in my bed, start rubbing my neck every morning, and go, "I love you, buddy.
Wow.
I love you, buddy."
Wow.
Yeah, he'd get me up, and I go, "What are you doing?" His name was Jesse, and I go, "What are you
Jesse.
doing, Jesse, man? Let's go drink some coffee." And
Wow.
we'd come in the kitchen, and I'd fix him a little bit of coffee. He'd sit there and drink coffee and talk to me in the morning. Man, he was a cool son of a bitch.
Wow. I've never heard a story like this in my life, man.
Yeah, man. So see, I connect with Petra with that bird and all of that stuff, and
Me too, man.
I know where she's at, and it sounds like you do too.
Yeah, man.
But he was my buddy.
You know, I would talk to my cats, talk to the dog, whatever, but usually the cats, eh? Just that connection alone, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you heard me talking to my cats, you would think that something strange about me, you know? You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I got a matter of fact, I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is right now, but yeah, I got a chocolate brown cat around here somewhere.
Hey, Rupert. Welcome to After Hours with Buddy and Beck.
After
How's it
hours.
going,
Yeah, man. Just get a hot cup of coffee, pull up a chair, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Jose, you sound much happier today.
Yeah, I'm a little bit happier. Yeah.
You had some good news from the doctor?
Oh, no, not necessarily good news. I went and seen him today, and I had some injections.
All right.
And not only that, it's actually the spirit of this room earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
What's his name? Tommy and Ronan, we were talking about some painful shit. And yeah, we were talking about something, and we were all on the same page in our experiences in the past. So, in other words, we're not alone.
Yeah, it was good to see Tommy can confide in you guys.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Tommy you opened up, man.
What's going on with Shotgun, man?
Man, that was I was very surprised, man. That's the only word I can come up with right now.
You know, he's not far from me right now.
Yeah, man. So I was very, very happy about that. When Tommy, you know, the story is not a happy story, his experience, but what I'm trying to say is him opening up is really amazing, man.
Yeah, I think it really helps when, you get that type of thing off your chest.
Yeah,
it'd be weighing him down a lot.
Right. And what Ronan said to him, very therapeutic, you know, to write down, you know, these experiences and stuff. Excellent advice, man. Because, you know, when we bottle up a lot of this dark shit, it'll eat you alive, man.
Well, it's good that we're all, comfortable with each other now. Buddy can share his, what he's going through and all that. It's good that the trolls, are not here as much anymore.
Yeah, I think you're awesome too, Rupert.
Yeah,
cheers,
Rupert.
Man. Same with you.
Yeah, that's an interesting subject in itself. And maybe it's the phase of life I'm going through now. I don't know. I've been in that environment, like like those other streams and the subject matter and all the things that they do over there. I've been in that environment my entire life, in real life. And there's always drama, bullshit, somebody starting some, and I don't know, man. For once in my life, I really don't care to be around it.
Right. We're too old for that shit, buddy.
Well, I'm only 29.
Yeah, well, I'm 28. I'm 28.
Too old for that shit. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Right. But yes, it is kind of nice not to have people sniping and doing all that drama stuff over here.
Yeah, when I started getting to know Rupert a little bit, there was a few things Rupert was saying about caring for his elderly dad, and that touched me, man. So I know Rupert is a good man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but those things aren't easy to talk about.
No, they're not.
You know.
That's personal stuff, man.
Yeah. I've always kind of been a guy to where, not in my work environment now, you'd never catch me talking about this shit at work or any,
Right.
but
Right.
you know, in my regular, in the bars, in my real life, I was just always a guy that kind of laid it all out. You know, I don't like to bottle a bunch of stuff up. And
It's interesting you bring that up, man.
yeah, I don't
And
think
the reason I say that, buddy, I hate interrupting. It's a short-term memory problem that I have. If I don't let it out, I'll forget.
No, you're fine, man. Go ahead.
I have a brother, the one that cleaned out my mom's account. He's a couple years older than me, and the difference between him and I, like, I just whatever it is I have in my mind, I'll just fucking talk about it, man. It doesn't bother me. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Yeah.
I've always been that way.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because I'm comfortable in my own skin.
Yeah.
You know, the way I was brought up and stuff. My old man had a hard time with me, eh? I had a nickname, a type of gun, when I was a young guy.
Right.
And then, well, that's just the way it is. It didn't matter the discipline he gave me. I was going to do my thing, and I was going to do it my way. And believe me, I seen a lot of stars from his left hand in the way he disciplined me, man.
Right. That's the way they disciplined back then, brother.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it didn't matter. He was going to have to beat me to a pulp, or you know, put me 6 feet under. It didn't matter. I was going to do my thing, and that's just the way it was, and that's the way it always was going to be. So, you know, it took him a long time until you know I was in my 20s.
Hey, now I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
You just brought something that I have lived up, and I want to elaborate on what you just said. So you know I got a son, right?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay. The one that just called me up tonight. Well, you know what I have found out? You got to watch. So I was real rebellious. I lived my life out on the streets. I guess you could say black sheep of the family. You could say all of my brothers and sisters had different interests. Well, my one sister's, she's done music her entire life. That's all she's ever done. And my other brothers and sisters, they got, you know, their own life and everything. And it just didn't curtail in mine, and it didn't work well in one household, if that makes any sense. And
yeah,
they keep turmoil. But getting to the point, when you're talking about no matter what, you were rebellious, you were going to do things your way. I'll tell you what I've seen happen now that I've lived long enough to see it and live it. So my son has witnessed a lot of stuff where I stood my ground in my life. Okay. Now I wanted positives to come from that, and I was sure that it would. You know, in other words, I wanted to teach him values. There's some things you need to stand up for no matter what in your life, and right is right, wrong is wrong. And basically, he knows I'll go to my grave standing up for the right thing. Well, you know what, man? I don't know if I did right or not, because what's happened, and you talk about you and your old man fighting and stuff.
Yeah.
I was kind of that way, but my old man, he was a sergeant in the Army. He knew how to deal with me really well. I was always impressed with my father's soft heart, even though he witnessed so much in his life during the war.
Right.
And I was always, when I got older, I was always impressed. He would never talk to me about the war until I got older. And and I started to hear the stories and wondered how he dealt with all that shit, you know, because you see all this, what do they call it? Post-traumatic syndrome, all that
post-traumatic stress disorder.
And he really dealt with those things in a unique fashion. But anyway, my point to you, without carrying on about it, is
carry on, man.
I see some things in my son that I feel like I put there, and I wish it's kind of like this. It's kind of like weird. You don't want them to be there in everyday civilian life, but yet, you know, it might become valuable to him one day if something serious happens.
Right.
In other words, I don't want my boy fighting people. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he doesn't. But boy, when he goes to stand his ground, you can hit him in the fucking head with a brick and he still won't budge. You know what I mean?
Right. He got that from you.
And well, I was trying to make myself believe that maybe it wasn't, but I think you're right. And so I don't know if that's good or bad.
That's good, man. That's really good.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, because the strife you and your dad had, it was that good or bad?
No, it was good.
It was good.
See,
Okay,
what it is my old man, at the age of 12, he was the oldest, and so he had to go and work as a stonemason's apprentice. So his childhood was pretty well done at that age. You know, he had to become a young man, you know, like an adult. Not that he was, but at that young age, he had to go into the workforce to earn a living, you know, to help out, you know, his siblings, you know, to raise his siblings.
Did you and your old man get along well when you got older?
Oh, man, did we ever.
Okay, that's great. Okay, good.
But see, what it was, my old man was old-fashioned. So what he was doing, actually, he was teaching me the way he was brought up. And that's in the old country, you know. So here we are in the new country, and he was thinking, and he's trying to, yeah, that's what he was doing. And I had a problem with that. And anyway, he was stubborn as fuck doing what he was doing, thinking that, you know, this is how it's going to be. And fuck, I seen a lot of stars. I seen more stars than my brothers did, all combined. I have two other brothers. Anyway, I was the one. I got, oh, fuck, did I ever get it? But it didn't matter. You know, he knocked me down. I get back up. I never raised a hand to my dad. It wasn't like that, man. No way. You didn't raise a hand to your father. It's the respect thing, man. You don't do that. You do that.
At the time, it's not so fun getting your ass spanked. It's not until you get older and you realize, you know, they're doing that to help you, you know.
Right. I mean, you just don't do that. You don't raise your hand to your father.
No.
It doesn't matter how many shots he's given to you. But the point I'm trying to make is, it took him, you know, until you know, I got into my 20s that he realized, because the last time that he approached me, he came at me like he's gonna knock me out, and I stood up to him and I said, "What are you gonna do? Come on, man. You tried and you tried and you tried. It didn't fucking work. What are you gonna do now?" Because here I am standing up to him. I'm taller than him, stronger. It's like, you know, don't waste your fucking time anymore. I told him. You know, what are you going to do? Here he is. And now he was an old man. It's like, don't be stubborn, man. You know, this is not going to work. You are who you are, and I am who I am. You know, get that through your head. We're two different people. You have your ways. I have my way. And from that point, that's when the light bulb moment hit him. That's when he got it. He understood, you know. And from that point forward, then we became friends.
Right. I was getting ready. I'd already put a scene together. In other words, if my son had pushed me to a certain point like that, I'd say, "You're right, son. Come here and let me give you a hug." And I'd knock his motherfucking lights out. But anyway, no, I feel you, man. I know where you're going with that. But that's
so from that point forward, you know, 6 o'clock in the morning, I could smell the fucking coffee being brewed.
Right.
My old man was a fucking tough hard ass, but that man had a fucking heart of gold, man.
Yeah, why? Hey, so that's interesting. You know, people of that generation, boy, they were hard stone when they had to be. You know, hard man. When they had to be, and yet they knew how to be soft too. Isn't that something?
Yeah, incredible. His friends would come over to visit him. And the respect they would talk, and each and every one of these men, when they said his name, they would say, "Master Jose." each and every one of them. They didn't say Jose or Mr. Jose. It was
Right.
Master Jose.
Well, that's you know what, man. So all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, man.
What happened with Shotgun? Was he having a tough time tonight?
It just,
you don't have to tell me what, but I mean, was he worried about something or?
well, he was talking. What happened was Roland asked him, you know, how many he sold today, you know, units.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He said he sold a couple, and then Roland asked him some other question, and then Tommy went into a place, you know. He started,
What was bothering him?
I don't recall now. And
But
he
it's
started
whatever was bothering him. That's what he
Yeah.
started talking about.
he started opening up, and I was all ears, man, because I'm thinking, wow, man, something's going on here, man. This is good. This is really good.
I'll put it simply. He's a Marine, and he's got a lot of memories, you know, weighing him down.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I'm well aware of that. I grew up with that type of thing. Yeah.
So what happened was Tommy attached me to his situation, the sleeplessness situations. Because Tommy has heard me talk about it, my situation, and so it went from there. And then Tommy started opening up about other things.
I got you.
It's really good, man.
So it ended up good, right?
It ended up good, man. It's good that Tommy opened up, man.
That's good, man. Well, I know he came in here a few nights, you know, was a little on the tipsy side, and hey, we all do that. I didn't know if he had a particular, you know, new situation or if it was just, you know, dealing with things in life of the past.
Right. You know,
cool,
I said
So
to Armando,
this is a unique platform, Joel.
Yeah.
Everybody can come in here and pretty much
look,
say just about anything. You know what I mean?
You just read my mind right there, man. You just took it right. You just took it right out of my mind. What I wanted to say.
It's a unique place to be able to come.
I told Armando when he started this, when we came over from Newsmax, I said to Armando, I said, "You have no idea what you just started here, man." And he says, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Armando, do you realize how many people, you know, that this is going to help?" And he's like, "Oh,
It's amazing.
I feel you, man. I said, "Armando, give it time, man. Give it time. This is going to be good, man." You know what I'm talking about, Rupert, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen it as well, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea to bolster up Armando's ego.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, but he's
you know,
he's
some
come
people
a long way.
could, you know. Oh yeah, definitely
come a long way, because he used to be hard ass about the Bible and this and that, and I'm thinking, holy man, is this guy like a Baptist dude down south? How they are hardcore? You know what I'm talking about, right?
He was much
buddy?
different from text.
Yeah, you know, because I believe in the Creator and stuff, but to be a fanatic, no, man, that ain't me. And to go around preaching, that ain't me either. I don't preach to anybody, man.
You know what, man? The way I see all that from my viewpoint is, you know, the way I told you I viewed, you know, I could feel Petra. You know what I'm saying? I feel people in that, everybody that same way, man. It's kind of weird in a way, but most people don't let people that deep. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't consider it deep. It's just kind of what saved me from shit through the years.
Right.
And so it's like natural to me.
Okay, yeah, I was going to delve into that. Carry on, man.
But if you look, in other words, words mean nothing to me. I look in somebody's who they really are.
Right.
And man, Armando's got a heart of gold, man.
Right. The energy. You're talking about the energy, man.
Oh yeah, man. You might be surprised behind closed doors what that man might say to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
You know, chat room's one thing, real life's kind of Well, I mean, it's just the way it is. Like a bar. Everybody kind of
Yeah,
puts
man.
on,
Yeah, real
but
life.
hey, man,
Real life is
you can
totally
see
different.
you can see a heart of gold from 100 miles away.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Just in their walk, their facial expression, the look in the eyes.
Yeah, and between you and me, until I don't know, when I got 29, maybe when I was 27.
Yeah, I'm 28.
I had. There's a certain persona you have to keep, like when you go on stage and play music. I don't know if persona.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
In other words, I don't get butterflies anymore. I have a job to do, and
Right.
and a place to go when I go on stage.
And I'm gonna sing a line to finish
Yeah,
that.
well,
Players only
yeah,
love you when they're playing.
right. I have a job to do, so I do multiple things. But I have a job to do, but yet I try to always go to this place
Right.
that is undescribable. And if I can get to that
Wow.
place, it's the ultimate high, better than any drug you can ever
Wow.
do.
It's
Okay.
like utopia.
And, yeah, and from that, my point is, from that, it's allowed me to see people in a different way. Man, it's weird. Look, it's hard to explain. It's allowed me to see people past their words,
Right.
past their anger, past their, whatever.
Interesting, man.
See the good in people, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. But you're drawing that from your experience when you served.
When I served military wise,
Yeah.
well, I experienced a lot of stuff there too.
So it's a combination of things, right?
Oh yeah, well, you could say it's my whole life, but yeah, maybe I got sidetracked a little there, but I have a, and people have told me this my whole life. It's not nothing that I consciously,
You know what?
realize.
I have that gift too, man, that you're talking about.
Well, I think everybody does. It's just due to the things you deal with in life. A lot of people just don't want to connect with that because, hey.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. It's like they're in denial.
Yeah. I don't let my heart rule my day.
Okay, there we go.
You know what I'm saying? I don't let it redirect what I got to do for my family and let it get me down. I don't get that involved. I mean, actually, I have gotten that involved before. To keep it simple, man, Armando's got a great heart. And so, hey, man, I've done things in my life where I didn't realize how phenomenal it was in different categories either. When he opened up this stream, he might not even have realized himself what was going to take place. You know what I mean?
I don't think he did. No, I don't think he did, man.
So I think it's some really, hey, man.
But you know what it was for him?
All the way to the left and all the way to the right. I've seen it all happen right here.
Yeah. For me, I could see the potential, right? And I told him the potential. Right. And the way I looked at it from his reaction, it was the age difference. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I had experienced more. I could see the potential. You totally get what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. So, bottom line, shotgun left a happy man. Is that where it all went?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
And Ronan was observing people on the text, how they were reacting when Tommy was shotgun, was elaborating on his experiences. I think I think Rupert can elaborate on that too.
Well, that's cool, man.
You know, as you all know, buddy, a lot of veterans have left this place and never divulged to the common man their experiences over there, right?
I completely understand that.
You know, all I have to say with that is, like, my generation, people like myself who never served, we haven't seen nothing, man. You know.
Yes, you have. It's just been in a different realm. You've experienced things in civilian life that they might, in their every walk of life, may not have experienced, either. It's
Yeah,
yeah,
the things I've seen,
for sure. It's different.
The things I've seen, I couldn't compare to what Tommy was describing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I remember when I was working on fast attack subs, I remember when it came time for the first sea trial, man.
Right.
I'll never forget, because you never know what's going to happen on the first sea trial. That's when you're testing everything on the sub. Anything goes, and you don't push it too far on the first sea trial. But
right. How deep were you, man?
You know what? I'll put it to you this way: you could tie a string across the torpedo room, and once you dive, the string will go down and touch the hoist platform, meaning the floor. That's how much pressure's on that son of a bitch.
Wow.
So I could go down to the torpedo room, tie a string across from wall to wall, from port to starboard, and the string would go down and touch the hoist platform, which is what moves all the torpedoes around to load them up in the tubes to be shot. And of course, we shot dummy torpedoes and all that stuff too out into the James River, and then the tugboats would go pick them up. We had to test all that stuff. And I guess my point for mentioning that is that everybody experiences, the military life is different from civilian life, for sure. War is different from civilian life. Music is different from regular civilian life, So, yeah, everybody has to cope, man, with whatever their walk of life brings. So I understand both worlds, or all the worlds, should I say.
Why do you think they have to keep so much separation? Like, why is there so much difference, or is there a lot of difference, or not much at all?
What do you mean, from talking about things in civilian life?
Like military life, is it different? How much different is it compared to normal life? Is it a lot?
Well, that's a real blanket question. You mean any military, no matter whether it's Marines, National Guard, Army, and regular civilian life? Do you mean that, or?
Yeah, I really don't know what I mean, because I don't know much about it.
You definitely are not exposed to the same lifestyle. That's for sure. So it's not like you wake up in the morning and you get in your car and go to your local job. I mean, you're serving each and every day, man, with the standards of the military. So it's a totally different environment and setting. I will say that. And your everyday quests and agendas are definitely different. And there's a separation, but there's times that you join in civilian life too. So, yeah, it's different. That's for sure. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it sounds different. I guess it's better to have your day, already laid out in front of you what you're going to do. Like, many things in civilian life can be random. It seems more scheduled, in military.
Yeah, it's a lot more formal in the military, and in that way, completely different, for sure. I mean, things are well designed in the military life. If you spend 5, 10, 15, 20+ plus years, very well thought out. You know, everything's got to be right, buddy. I mean,
but do things carry over? Like when you served time, when you returned to civilian life, was it hard to return to civilian life?
Oh no, it prepared me for life in so many ways. Wow, man, it's great for so many different reasons. Fuck, man. When I was growing up, well, mama made my bed. I didn't give a fuck about making up my bed.
Right.
You know? No, man, it really helped a lot of things. It helped motivational factors, discipline.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that I'm doing those things now as I was before.
More comfortable.
You know, man, it's really, I'm probably not the right one to ask that question because I've done such drastic life changes in my life. In other words, I've gone from military to rock star, if you will.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why, other than I just had a lot of interest in my life and endeavored into a lot of things. So
that's heavy shit,
for
man.
me.
Becoming a rock star, man, with your talent, that's heavy shit, man.
Well, when I say rock star, I just was giving that hypothetical.
No,
you know, so you
are
understand the extremes from left to right. You know what I mean?
You're a heavy guitar player, man.
Yeah, your rock musician don't get up in the motel and make his fucking bed. He lets the maids do it in the motel.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, man.
So those things were really weird for me to. I don't know if I want to use the word adapt or just let go. In other words, once you get that discipline, you don't feel like your morning's complete till you make your bed, you fix your breakfast, you wash those dishes, you do this, you do that. It's so designed in the military, if you will.
Yeah.
And I always perceived that as all positive. Everything about it to me was, I'll put it to you this way. Your rebellious self will leave when you go through boot camp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and stand up to the drill sergeant. I did.
Right.
He fucking knocked my fucking ass out on the side of the barracks, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey, just when you think you're a badass,
I bet you only tried that once.
There's somebody right around the corner twice as bad as you are.
Oh, yeah.
But I had a lot of life, if you will. And I've gotten my ass handed to me more than once. But hey, it taught me a hell of a lot, man. You know,
how to be humble.
Yeah. I'm not going to say I still don't make mistakes. I think I'm in a really weird phase of my life in the moment. So I'm probably slacker now than I've ever been in my life in so many areas. I got to tighten up, man. I've been slacking here lately.
Yeah, that discipline, right? That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. And Ronan can probably express to you. He was in the military, and
man. Yeah.
He can express his differences, what he experienced, or anybody that's been in the military for that matter.
Right. Well, I could tell you, I could share you a story. I went after I was 18. I went to sign up, for the Canadian Army, and I went up to the office, and there was the two guys there in uniform, and I said, I want to sign up, and they said, well, you have your birth certificate with you? I said, no. They said, were you born here? I said, no. They said, where were you born? I told them. They said, well, do you have Canadian citizenship? I said, no, I don't. They said, no, you can't sign up. You got to have your Canadian citizenship. Get that first, and then come and see us. And then you can sign up. Do you have a criminal record? I said, no, I don't. Well, all you need is your Canadian citizenship. And you come up to the office, and we'll sign you up. because that was my intention. I was going to join the Canadian Army and get into that, man. You know, I was going to pursue a career somewhere in there and find out for myself what I was really interested in, you know, because there's a lot of stuff you can do, man, you know.
Absolutely. But yeah, Rupert, if you yeah, Ronan can probably shed some light on that. I'm gonna mic out and grab me a pack of cigarettes. I'll be right back, but I'm sure he can tell you. I think he was over, seems like I remember him saying he was over around France and stuff. He can definitely give you a different from civilian life to military and what's good, bad, and ugly, I'm sure.
But what happened was I got sidetracked. I got sidetracked. I got a full-time job and stuff, and then I just said, you know what, forget about it. So after I did get my citizenship a couple years after, and I never went to the office and signed up, man, because I had my life already on the go, eh? So I left that alone, man. So I never did join the Army after that.
It'd be a hard decision to make, but like you said, you already had, you know, everything else going in your life at that stage, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and I did have the talk with my old man, and my mom said, you know, we left there back home to come here because there it's mandatory. At the age of 16, you're drafted, eh? You have to serve a couple of years, eh? In Portugal there, and she didn't think it was that good of an idea, but that wouldn't have stopped me anyway, you know. But I already had my life on the go. I was working full time and stuff, and I had my other dreams to pursue, eh? And I don't regret it.
I only know one person, you know, that I went to school with that joined the military. I'm not sure if it's the Navy or the Marines. I'm not sure.
Right.
But it was a girl, and you know, she's on one of the biggest boats in Australia now, on an aircraft carrier. It's pretty interesting hearing from her. I talked to her again at a funeral back in September. It's pretty interesting to hear her stories.
Yeah, because there's so much, so many opportunities, eh? You know, whether it's the Navy or the Army. When a person is of a young age, you know, whether it's 18 or 19 or 20, and you join, you know, because at that age, a person really doesn't know. There's a lot of people at that age, they don't know what they want to do with their life. And if you join the Army or the Navy, you have that time, you know, to figure out what you're good at. And, you know, you're learning and you're getting paid at the same time, and you're being disciplined, and you're representing your country at the same time, man. What could be better than that?
Yeah, it's all positives, but you know, there can also be negatives about it as well.
Well, yeah, of course, you know.
You know, it'd be hard to deal with some of the things, you know, that goes on.
If you're called into action, you got to be prepared. You know, you can't say, "Hey, you know, I'm going to go home." No, you know, you gotta serve.
How about you, Ronan? How did you go returning back to civilian life, if you're there?
Ronan.
Well, Rupert Cow, I really wanted to get back to your original point. It was more a point than a question about the horrors of war versus being a civilian. Do you recall that point?
Yeah.
Okay, could you rephrase? Repeat that. I mean, I'm not saying quote yourself, but just get the idea.
I don't know exactly what I said.
What's that?
I don't know exactly what I said.
Well, no, but do you remember the general idea that you had?
I think so.
Okay. Well, like I said,
how did you revert to civilian life?
Any way you want, and I wanted to focus on that. It's like I think you were comparing the horrors that a man sees in the field of battle versus another man who has never come close to that point.
Right.
Could you just like I said, any way you want to phrase it, please?
I don't know. You phrased it pretty well then.
Yeah.
I don't know how I could phrase it any better without repeating you.
Yeah, Roland.
Oh. Well, what that is, like I said, this is indirect because I've never seen a man's body parts fall on me and the blood
Right.
and the blood spray onto me. Okay? I've never witnessed that.
Right.
But I have a general idea. And that difference, that's what changes a person, a man. When they see that, when they've been there, trained with that man, and both of them or all of them have gone into that battle, that theater of war.
Wow.
Okay? They witnessed this where no one else has seen it that has never been in the field of battle. And to a person, an outsider who has no concept of it, tries to imagine something they cannot taste, they cannot smell, they cannot see, they cannot feel, they cannot hear. It takes all those senses, all 5 of them, because they do taste it. When you smell blood, you taste it. Shotgun Rider has been there.
Yep.
He is the man that could write something, even though I could express ideas in the most beautiful and eloquent manner. And you've seen me write. You've heard me speak. It will not by the shortest point to the horizon, ever be at that point beyond the horizon that you nor I will never see unless we travel to that point and go beyond that cliff. And that cliff is that field of battle whereby you do not know what you will encounter after you fall into that war.
Yep.
That's major difference. And those men, they have this face about them when they come back. It seems distant, cold, inhumane sometimes. Just by the look on their faces. I've met a few of those men.
So have I, man.
Shotgun Rider. I've met them. I am related to, well, they passed away, but I am related to those men. Okay? My uncles, I had uncles. It was Second World War, right? We'd ask. We were children, right? We would ask, rummage around the closets and look, uniforms, look, medals.
Interesting.
Look at all this, look at all that. Then we'd ask our uncles, my cousins and I we'd all get together, and was 3 of our uncles, right? They would never speak about it, never. Never speak. I had a couple of uncles there, they'd speak, but they were never in that field of battle, never. And that's the difference. There's a lot of guys out there who will talk all day about it, but those men are really just posers. I think they call them.
That's the word. Yeah, posers.
Yes. They're posers. They're posers.
But I could see all that type of attitude towards that sort of stuff could, make them feel bad about sharing that type of thing. Like they wouldn't like to be labeled a poser or or anything like that.
Well, no, it's not as easy as that. The man that has seen it, much like the
man that experienced it,
Shotgun Rider, he'd seen it. He has to get drunk.
Right.
I'm sure he would remember it like it was yesterday.
To try and escape it.
He can smell the blood today, Rupert Cow.
Yeah.
A man like that can smell that blood today.
Like it happened yesterday.
Yes. To this day, he knows what that is. And for so long, right, he's been going through all of these changes, all of this anger in conversation. he made that one little statement, and I knew what it was when he said, I looked at that 45.
45.
That 45. And I know what that gun is. I have those guns. I used to compete with them.
I'm never going to forget that 45.
Never going to forget that. But see, that's just it. With a man like that, he would never, unless he felt that comfortable, in spite of being drunk,
right,
bring that up. Yep. And this is only the smallest gap into that character, that nature, that witness that he lived through. Okay, so anybody else that talks about it, they might have been support personnel, or things like that. Yeah, it's just like anything else, but they were not the tip of the spear. They were not. There's no way. And I can listen to. I've listened to a bunch of them. I knew this one guy just, hey, call me Vietnam, right?
Oh,
okay, Vietnam. And he would talk about this and talk about that, and I'm listening, and I'm keep listening, and all,
he was full of shit.
Yes. I mean, it's all secondhand stories, right? It's all just make believe to him because he heard it from somebody who was really there. Might have been, in therapy session, might have been because that guy opened up, he got so drunk he started talking about it. Yeah, it's like we were talking to a shotgun rider, and I was telling him, look, if you keep it bottled up, it'll just build and build and build. It could take a short period of time.
He knows it,
and it could explode 20 years down the road.
Right.
No one knows.
I feel grateful that he's willing to share that stuff with us.
Yeah, man.
Yes, but see, this might have been like the first time he's done it outside of the group of warriors that have seen and experienced the same thing he went through. Okay, that's the difference. When he can go outside of that circle, right? I call it in internet talk. I made it up. It's called an IQ circle, right?
But it's thanks to you, Ronan. It's thanks to you that he opened up, though.
Well, yes. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. But to go on, right? To go on, right? When he felt comfortable to that point, he and I have chatted, right? He knows I understand exactly where he understands it. In the back of his mind, he knows it. He knows it. And so he
felt
comes
so comfortable.
Right. He felt comfortable. And what alcohol does is drop inhibitions and amplifies feelings.
But it was you he felt comfortable with, and he opened up, man.
Right. But see, the plus side of it is that other people were willing to be supportive by listening to it. And he felt that he had that feeling. It wasn't instantaneous. It wasn't just tonight. It was over a period of time, because that takes a very long time for somebody to open up like that. I'm really surprised that he opened up so soon to us.
Yeah, me too.
That's a real surprise. I think it's just because, the people's here, who we are as people caring for each other. We're genuine for the most part. Obviously we have the guys who like to clown around, but that's neither here nor there. But what he is going through, right at this point in his life, is he's trying to let it go. He's trying to find his peace. Yeah. And I just suggested something. Hey, do you like to write? I asked the question. Do you like to write?
Right.
He might not be a so-called writer, physical pen to paper. He might like to type. And I also suggested that he might just record his voice, whatever avenue he can find, or a combination, right?
Yeah.
I noticed you put in there as well, to move him away from smoking as well. Try to help him move away from it.
Right. But see,
it's a great idea.
That was kind of like a sideways, a little extra on the side. In other words,
I noticed that.
A point of motivation.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't direct. It wasn't direct to the idea. It was just an indirect reason.
Right.
An indirect reason. In other words, he can say, "Oh, I can justify it this way." In other
Right.
words, because a man like that feels so much pressure. There is so much pressure,
Yeah.
right? And he feels that guilt. He shouldn't. I mean, but he's a conscious person. He
Yep.
does have a heart. He does care,
Yep.
right? But he being the man he is,
Yep.
right, did his job in spite
Yep.
of that. The
And he's a
job
proud man. He's a proud man,
incredibly
as he
proud of
should
that.
be.
Oh
As he
yes.
should be.
Oh yes. But see, he understands coming back that his small group of warriors is
Yes.
not accepted in the general population.
Yes,
Where the
Ronan.
general population abhors the idea of war.
Right.
They don't like the idea. They know it. Those men know it without
Yep.
being told.
Yep.
There's nothing in a book, but they know it in their minds. That
Yep.
sense of guilt is there, where it
Yep.
shouldn't be. Where it shouldn't be.
Yep.
For all practical purposes, there's no way a man should feel that kind of guilt.
It's unfair. It's unfair that they
It's
feel this
unfair.
way.
But for the fact that he has a mind, he knows, he understands empathy. He knows sympathy,
Yeah. Yep.
right? And he knows what he did, where he did his job. On the one
Yep.
hand, the logical, the emotional side is a direct equivalent in terms of percentage, at whatever degree that may be. It's the same thing. People outside of that circle, IQ circle, warrior, right?
Right.
They don't understand it. And that's where the difference is in terms of perception, where a man like him
Right.
sees it, and he'll see different things that what I would see, right? Because I've never been there. I don't know.
Yep.
It's like you or I or everybody, shotgun riders in the same line of men looking at a blank wall. There's nothing on that wall. Absolutely nothing. It's just
Right.
a big old square,
Right.
in a lit room, and we
Like
all
a blank
yes,
canvas. Yeah.
and we all see different things,
Yes.
in spite of the fact that there's nothing on that wall.
Yep.
And that's the difference right there. Yeah, I'm sure you can imagine what I'm saying, because you can look at it, I can look at it, and we just see a blank wall.
Exactly.
And when he looks at it, he sees a blank.
Yep.
He sees nothing. Where we
Yep.
say, "Oh yeah, there's a wall right there," and his
Yep.
mind is saying, "No, I see something. What is it?" And it's what is in his mind, that so-called
What he perceives.
perceived guilt. In his mind, it's a guilt. Right. It's a guilt. I killed. And he said one time early on when I met him, he said, "I got a body count." That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that, boom, I got it. I got it. I
Yeah.
got the profile. I'm good at profiling. I'm actually, I'm brilliant at it. I used to
Man,
do
you
it.
took the word right out of my mouth. Brilliant. You took it right out of my brain, actually.
Well,
Brilliant. Yeah.
well,
Unbelievable. You're
well,
unbelievable.
well, thank you so much. But like I said, the point being, right, it's an opportunity for him, right, to vent, to let go of that. He turned Buddhist some years ago, trying to find something, an avenue, anything,
Trying to find peace.
yeah, anything to relieve that pressure. He still got it. He's still got it, Rupert Cow. To this day, I know he has it, but he needs something. He didn't know before, and he's still looking for it. What I told him might not be the answer. It might be part of the answer,
Right.
a tool, if you will, right? A tool that'll help him dismantle that mountain of guilt, right? That's what that is. It's just that conscious thought in his mind. He doesn't think about it every day, but it comes to mind.
Well, now he's got us, Ronan.
Well, yes, but like I said, what we say or do is
yes, I'm aware.
Right. He is tortured. He is tortured day in, day out.
He's a tortured man. Yes.
He's tortured. Right.
Yep.
And a man like that, well, okay, this man is, he's not a he's not, what is it? Psychotic. He's,
right.
He's a thinking, feeling
He's a broken man. He's a broken man. Yeah.
Right. But see, putting it back together, it's up to him. So I
Right.
just suggested something, one idea of many potential ideas.
Right. But that's where we come in. We're important to him, and we're going to be here
yes,
for him.
Yes, because I'm not. Put it this way: I'm sure he's chatted.
Right.
What he did in his IQ circle, right? Those
Right.
men, they all get drunk and they talk
Those
about
warriors. Those
those
warriors.
and they mention it here and there, but they don't really open up. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
I mean, can you blame them?
Oh no. But, they
I'm
each
just saying.
right.
I'm just saying.
They each have their own burden. They each have their own weight to carry.
Yes.
Right, and amongst themselves, they know between themselves that we don't need to speak about it because we all understand. Right.
We're all carrying that.
Yeah, we've all been there. Let's have a beer. Hey, yeah, remember?
Yeah.
They start singing, the good old songs, giving the classic Marine jokes, whatever they are.
Right. Remember the hottie we had over there? Blah blah blah.
Yeah. But they don't get to the point where Shotgun Rider came today. Right. They don't get to that. And what we did was we facilitated a neutral position. So where he can just open up. He doesn't have to divulge everything right now. And
you played a big part of that, Ronan.
Yeah,
you played a big part.
Yeah, that wasn't the point of this exercise. The idea was to let him know, right, that people can just accept what he's saying. They might disagree with what he had to do because it's an ugly thing. It's an ugly thing to kill.
But he was following orders, and he's a soldier, and that's all there is to it.
Right, and he understands that. I understand that. That's that discipline, right? That's that discipline where he marches into that theater of war.
Right.
And does his job.
He might fear how others are going to judge him for what he might say.
Right, because like I said, coming back, what's he going to come back to? Okay, here you go. Turn in your weapon.
Right.
Boom, boom. Turn in your boot. Okay, thank you, soldier.
Right.
Thank you for your service. Go on out, and everybody out there in the so-called free world, they're just driving around. Oh, doggone! I got a flat in my car.
Right.
Good
point, Ronan.
My girlfriend broke up with me. Oh, yeah, I got a speeding ticket. Oh, I got to go get groceries. Oh, what do I, choose to eat today? Those things.
The Wi-Fi went out.
Right. So, like I said, there's that stark contrast right there. It's a classic day or night.
Right.
What I call it is
But like we were talking about the other night, people grew up in eras where men were seen as less of a man when they were willing to open up. He might have grown up in that era where he doesn't feel comfortable.
That was a weakness. Sharing. Yeah, that was a weakness for them to open up. You're right, Rupert.
Just as long as you make him always feel comfortable and that we're not going to judge him or anything.
Yeah.
Right. But okay, now let's go to that point for just a moment. Right. Over time, right, where in the early days it was okay because that was the general mindset, right? He who became king killed his way to the top.
Yes,
and everybody understood it. Everybody killed their way to the top. That's how we. Yep. That's how we became. Not we, but people became the kings.
And they stole their riches.
Right, and it was understood. It was all natural. It was just part of the daily process. Like everybody gets in their car and drives to work. But see, the difference is now everybody can fly to work. See, that's like I said, a poor analogy, I believe. But I think you get the idea whereby in those days, because everybody was at war, they didn't go elsewhere to war. The war was in their front yard. Okay, so everybody on the block, I guess we could say, understood that. So it's just a passing thing. Okay, we got to go kill those people, take what they got. Now we have so-called modern societies. And
that sounds easy. You put it very simply.
Well, yes, but it's not as easy as that. But the idea is the fundamental idea is there. It is still
Yeah.
survival, but now it's survival at a distance. If it comes to actual war, an actual battlefield. Now, for example, today, right now, we'll take the Middle East, right? There's a lot of conflicts in all those countries, and if we were to try to get any one of those people there over here, right, out of that area, right, out of that theater, if you will, right, and tell them, well, open up, tell us about your feelings. They can't do it. They are so conditioned over time that there's no way they can be so-called normal, because to them, to normal is to be violent, is to kill, and they understood that that's the mindset that they have here in America, so to speak, because you're in Australia. I love pronouncing Australia. Anyway, so they this warrior, shotgun rider in this case, comes here, like I said, and everybody's all calm, goes to the mall, just walk about, but in their mind is raging. Their mind is raging the day after he left combat, and when they said, okay, thank you for your service, here you go, you're off. They did not consider that, because, like I said, those people in the Middle East right now, every day is a battle. Every day they see someone die, so they're basically used to it. Well, what is it when a guy gets starts drinking, and all of a sudden he's so used to it, they become like, oh, okay, acclimated, to the idea.
Yeah.
They build up a tolerance, I think they call it.
Tolerance, yeah.
The tolerance level there in the Middle East, for example, right? The tolerance level, right? There is no grand distinction, sobriety and actually total drunk. So if we're taking sobriety, the free world, total drunk, the field of battle, I think you get the analogy. That's the difference. That's what he is facing right now, whereby if he was in the field of battle for the rest of his life, he would never have to so-called calm down or go through the PTSD, or get to the point where you would have to open up about the so-called guilt, because he would have been at battle for every day for the rest of his life. Here, in America, since he stepped away from that theater, he's off of that stage, right? Everything is normal, so it's hard for that person to decompress, as they say. They can't decompress. It's not an automatic switch. It's not a light switch. Okay, so that difference right there, where they come away from that battlefield and here to the so-called free world, right? That part of it, right? Initially, way back when, everybody was at war. So, when somebody started to say, hey, I feel uncomfortable about having done that in war, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? We're supposed to be tough. We're supposed to be tough. And then that stigma gets applied. Okay, but over time, since we are developing as a species, we're realizing that, oh, okay, we have to understand that it's not a light switch. And if the person was there for the rest of their lives, it's understood. But when they step away from it, because we have so-called modern cultures, free zones, no war zones, so to speak, right? They have to come back and try to adapt to that, and that's the hard part. It's not that they went in, it's getting out. That's the problem. And so where Shotgun, excuse me, today, he got to that point where he had a few beers, fine. So like I said, he dropped his inhibition and his emotions came up, and he started to open up to us. Okay? And so, like I said, I just suggested something, one way of doing it. I mean, he could go, I'm pretty sure he went through therapy because he's going through PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and he's going through that. And that works. That works. That's just the standard machine trying to decompress the person. But it's not the so-called a neutral spot where they can say, this is how I feel, and all of a sudden not think, oh, okay, this is this person's job to listen to me. And these are people that care about me as a person, not as part of the former machine of war. And that's, like I said, that's where this, well, this gentleman, Shotgun Rider, right, is feeling that. He's like saying, hey, I have feelings. Where before, yeah, there's a stigma attached. But like I said, before, long ago.
Could there be a negative with writing it down though, Ronan? Like reminiscing on those bad memories?
No.
Like, couldn't it?
No. I used the same technique on this one gentleman I used to work with. I knew his father, older gentleman. He was like 89 when he passed away, and I was working with him. And as a matter of fact, I was working at a gun range, and I knew the man. I was working with him for him at the gun range, and his father was the one, and I was there. I was there through the whole thing, and then he this man, I'll call him Billy for now, right? Just name I came up with, right? And we were sitting, and there's nobody, coming around because it's like the middle of the afternoon. They would come back later in the afternoon, so we're sitting around chatting, and his father had passed away, and he says, "I can't sleep. My stomach is churning, and I can't figure it out." And then I knew what it was because his father had died. And I said, hey, I suggest something. He says, what is it? I said, why don't you sit down and just start writing? Write everything you feel about that man. Good, bad, ugly, any memories. Don't worry about, structure, the story, the theme, paragraph, sentence structure, grammar, punctuation. Don't worry about it. Just write. Just write everything you can and fold it up and put it in an envelope. No one had to see it, and put it in a drawer and just leave it there. What the idea is to get the idea out and put it away. In other words, it's a physical representation of letting something go. Okay. So I think a couple of days later, he came up and his voice was really hoarse, and I knew what it was. What he had done, he was crying. I mean, he was crying, and I know, if you ever knew that position, what a man sounds like when he's been crying uncontrollably for hours on end. You know it. You know that. You can hear it. I'm an experienced man, so maybe you don't know these things, but you might encounter it someday. But he he was talking real hoarse, incredibly hoarse voice, and crying so much. And he said, and then he comes up to me and he said, and he's talking to me and he says, I'm feeling better. Oh, and I said, no more stomach problems. No, not anymore. Right? I knew what it was, and I think he figured out. Yeah, I figured it out, but he didn't have to say it. Okay, and it's the same thing I'm trying with Shotgun Rider, right? Is to give him an avenue, one idea, right? There's probably more, but one idea where he's just gonna sit there and write. For all I know, he could write a novel, right? For all I know, this man I knew, Billy, just wrote, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5 pages. I don't know. I don't need to know. But he put it away. That's the idea, to put it away, right? You get it out of you and put it down and put it away. No one had to see it. And that's what I don't know if you were here, but I told him, yeah, just get a manila envelope and just start filling it with paper that, with all the notes, or type it out, or use just your voice, record it, just get it out of you. That's the whole thing. If they keep it in, right, suppress it, bottling it up, right, that pressure builds and pressure builds and pressure builds. And I'll tell you right now, he would not have mentioned that 45, right, if that pressure was not still there. And I'm telling you this. I know what I'm talking about. I'm telling you this. He would not have brought it up. He would not have mentioned that one little line. Yeah, I looked at that 45. And yeah. As soon as he said it, I knew what he was talking about. He was still thinking about it, putting that gun to his head. That guilt is there. It's not so much his own guilt, but it's part of the general idea that society looks at him that way. That's the difference. That's the whole difference. Who was it? Shakespeare. Nothing is good or bad. Nothing is good or bad. Only Thinking makes it so, and it's a beautiful line. I forget which story it was. Anyway, but that's the whole idea, to have that person, right, vent, get it out of them, right, just write it down, just write it. I don't care, if they're tearing the paper with a pen as they write, to get another piece of paper, keep writing, or keep typing, or keep talking, just keep doing it. Just run that out, just run it out, run out of that negative energy, just put it in paper, and like I said, seal it up, put it in a jar. And the physical act is like, I've taken off these clothes, this weight, and I'm putting it aside. That's how that works. Mike out.
Hey, I got something to add to that. I just got back from the store. I didn't hear everything. Sorry. Hold on. Damn, I'm echoing. Okay, I'm good. But anyway, so you guys still there, Rupert? Demella?
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Okay. One thing I found, so check this out. I was not in war, but I was in the military, and you heard some other things I've done military-wise. One thing added to what Ronan was saying is, having grown up, my father being a sergeant in the Army and seeing many, many people blown to smithereens, his friends, and right before I went to the store, I heard him talking about the taste of blood and all that stuff. Between that whole thing there, kind of knowing where they've gone to mentally and all those psychological trauma experiences.
Yeah.
Another thing I've noticed that really helps them, man, as crazy as this sounds, is the right way welcoming them back, getting them connected back to civilian life. In other words, so I've probably known Shotgun a year and a half, maybe a little longer. I saw he had a pic of his 72 Chevy truck there. So I started talking to him about his Chevy truck and everything. And he seemed to really connect with that. So, it was probably therapy for him fixing that truck up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Very important.
And see, I can relate to every bit of that. So for me, what I've seen that really helps them a lot, or seems to, not with the psychological trauma, probably, but just the welcoming back into civilian life from it all.
Make them feel important, man.
Everything. Make them feel welcome back and, greatly appreciated. Or
man.
Saying it right, just connected with something back into civilian life seems to really help. I've noticed through the years too, for some, I guess you could say, to be accepted, or just finding their way back to civilian life, however you want to say it.
Yeah, instead of giving them the cold shoulder.
Yeah, instead of like, hey man, this is a loose cookie, when you don't you don't even understand where he's been or what he's done for you, your country, or nothing. A young punk type of attitude, not realizing anything about what life is about until you do it yourself.
Yeah.
But I've just found that has really helped military men that I've been around all through my life, that have experienced war and death and everything. And so, I've found that really seems to help them too, man. As crazy as it sounds. Well, you know what they tell you, man. Stay busy, and idle mind is the devil's tramping ground. However you want to say it. It welcomes them back into getting occupied doing things. I don't know that it ever goes away, but that seems to help them a little bit too. I hear you strumming there, Joel.
Yeah, some calming chords here, man.
Yeah.
To set some mood.
Oh, just so you know, I walked into the store to buy smokes and a couple other things, and they had Hendrix playing over the intercom.
What was he playing?
I'm trying to remember the name of the song. Yeah, what
voice is familiar.
right. Crystal even noticed it, but she didn't say anything to me. It was one of his more psychedelic songs, and I'm having a brain fart right now. And actually, I was amazed to hear it playing over the intercom, but I think what's happened is they've reintroduced all of Jimmy's music in to keep his music alive.
Right.
Some of his material was so far out there, none of the radio stations would play it and all that shit.
Man, Jimmy's stuff is never gonna go away, bro. And you know that, and I know that.
Probably be around a long, long time, brother.
Yeah, brother.
They also released like a new format, you know, like the next CD, the next cassette. They released a new format in Jimi Hendrix as well.
Is that right?
That's that's his sister pushing that. Just so you know.
Yeah, they need money, man.
I don't know. I don't know that they need it now, but they want. I'm sure it's for money plus music. Oh man, have you seen all the Jimi Hendrix tours?
No, man, I haven't.
Yeah, all the musicians are getting together playing all of Hendrix's music, man. Check it out on YouTube.
Oh, that is awesome, man. That makes my day, man.
Yeah, just Google. Just go on YouTube and
yeah.
Pop
man.
In, oh man.
Hey, hey, buddy, Dolly Dagger, she's gonna make you stagger. Dolly Dagger.
Yes.
Oh man, he was fucking out of this world, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the new format's in like surround sound as well. So, you know, they're moving on from stereo.
Right.
And like some of the things that people write about it, you know, it's like you're in the middle of the, you know, of the people playing.
You know what, Rupert and Buddy, can you imagine what he would be doing today if he were alive? I mean, the guy was phenomenal, man.
There is no telling what direction he would have carried anything. It is unknown and unbelievable to imagine.
Yeah, man. I mean, think about what he accomplished, you know, at the age of 27. 27. You know.
I tell you what most people don't even talk about is what's really behind the scenes and what really has to happen in order to even have a band to tour.
Right.
They just can't even conceive it. But to even start to understand what phenomenal things he's done, or any of these guys have done, that's never even talked about. Tell you what, walk outside your house right now and go ahead and fly to another country. You can start there.
Right. England. Yeah. And you know what?
It doesn't matter.
I'm going to honor the military right now. I'm going to honor you guys. He was serving military, Jimi Hendrix. And he wrote his dad a letter, and he said to his dad,
"Wasn't he a paratrooper?"
That I forget.
I think he was a paratrooper.
Yeah, and what he did was he wrote a letter to his dad, his father, and he said, "Dad, you know, send me a guitar, man. I need a guitar, man. You know, to spend some time. You know."
You know, he hit it big in England too, man. He went over to England.
Yeah, so his dad sent him a guitar, man, an acoustic guitar. And, you know, he started strumming on his guitar, and then the rest is history.
Right. Yeah, but when you really think about, you know, so, you know, it's easy to say, yeah, well, he's just another musician that died from an overdose.
Getting back to your point, yeah, he went to England, and he hooked up with Noel Redding.
That's right.
And Mitch Mitchell.
That's
Noel
correct.
Redding, the bass player. And
yeah,
Mitch
he was
Mitchell,
staying
the
right
drummer.
there. Yeah, man, he was staying right there in England and shit.
Yeah, man, quite interesting, you know. And then
playing in those bars.
His first hit was "Hey Joe," man.
Yeah.
And then you know, he came over to the States. You know, meanwhile he's an American. Pretty unique story, man.
You know what, man? I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you talking about "Hey Joe." I can remember the first time I listened to the lyrics of that song.
Right.
I was like, wow, and they're playing that over the fucking.
I know, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
In other words,
What are you doing with that gun in your hand?
Yeah, I'm going out to shoot my old lady.
You know, I caught her messing around with another man.
I heard that. I was like, wow. You know what I mean?
Man. That's heavy shit, man.
That's heavy shit.
Yeah, man. Especially at that time, too, right?
Oh, man. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Absolutely. I was like, I was blown away. I was like, wow.
Wow. I know, man. Me too, man. You were blown away at that point because you're only 29.
Correct.
And I'm going to be 28. Anyway.
Yeah, when I was listening to Hendrix, man, in my diapers, man, I mean, you know, I realized right. I realized right then, you know, it was phenomenal, man.
Like I said before, man, my friend's older brother, he put on All Along the Watchtower. He had that album, and it had Let Me Stand Next to Your Fire, all that stuff on it. And I remember listening to that, and I was blown away, man, when he did the solo on All Along the Watchtower. And that's the first time I ever heard that, right?
Yeah.
When we were sitting in his basement. He had the stereo, he had the couch down there and all that. My Filipino friends, eh?
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, hey, man, who's that? And he said, oh, it's Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix. Let me see that album, man. And I looked and I see it's a black guy. I said, wow, man, I never heard of this guy before. The next day, I went to a store, a Zeller store, and I bought the double album, Are You Experienced? It's a purple covered album. And yeah, man, I had all his big hits on there. Big, If 6 Was a 9, Bold as Love, Drifting, you name it. All those big hits on there. Isabella, Easy Rider.
Right.
That was it for me, man.
Yeah, what flipped me out was I told you the story about the first music I heard was the real psychedelic stuff.
Right.
That had what I considered song structure on Electric Ladyland.
Right.
And I'll like,
cool, man.
What is that one? I want to say One Rainy Wish.
Yeah. Still Raining.
Still
Dreaming.
Psychedelic.
Yeah, Still Raining. Still Dreaming.
If you want to see the best remake of that dude that you've ever, I'm talking about every guitar feedback, every guitar noise that he made, and thumping his pickups, whatever.
Yeah, man.
The guy that, the only guy I've ever seen do it, as a matter of fact, is go to YouTube and type in Eric Johnson.
Eric Johnson, yeah. I know Eric Johnson.
He redid that song, dude. You ought to see him do it on stage live.
He rocks. Eric Johnson, he fucking rocks, man.
Even the part where he goes,
yeah, man.
He put it all in there, man. I was blown away. I was like, wow, how did you ever dictate how to redo that, man? Unbelievable.
Eric Johnson, man. Yeah, I know the dude, man.
Oh, he knows everybody. He knows every musician on the planet of the earth.
Man.
Ed Atkins. He plays all style music, so he knows all musicians in every style. And
he's a devoted guitar god, man. I would say, man.
Yeah, he's my most looked up to musician ever.
Right, man. I mean, Stevie Ray Vaughan did a couple of Jimmy's tunes.
Yeah, he was friends with Stevie Ray Vaughan, just so you know, also. And his girlfriend and Stevie Ray's girlfriend were friends.
Right. He was also close with Janis Joplin, man.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting, too, is how he acquired Electric Ladyland Studios. It was just an old building, derelict building. And he seen it, you know, and he decided, you know what, this is the place, man. He had that special feeling about it there in New York.
Right.
And he decided, yeah, man, this is the place. I'm going to build my studio here. And so he got his people involved, you know, to buy the place. and then they renovated it and they turned it into Electric Ladyland Studios.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's no question, man. You know music history better than I. I've had to, the artist in me, if you will, was endeavoring into other things instead of studying so much the history of music and stuff. But I'm blown away with your knowledge of all of these bands. Blows my mind.
Well, I'm a big fan of Jimmy's, man. When I got that album and I got into it, knowing he's from Seattle, Washington and stuff, man. I mean, what that man did for that music scene there, just incredible, man.
Well, hey, you got to remember another thing that I think people, I know they know it, but to have a black guy back then playing that style of music in itself was just freaking unbelievable.
Yeah, man. Another thing people don't know about Jimmy is when he started off, he was happy just to be playing rhythm, rhythm guitar.
That's right. That's right. He was in a lot of bands through the years.
He was just so happy to be playing rhythm, very humble. He wasn't a show off. And, he evolved from there, man. And another thing is this guy, Jimi Hendrix, he would have his guitar like 9-10 hours of the day. He would be playing that thing. Didn't matter what he was doing, whether he went to the washroom or not, he was strumming that guitar.
Yep.
That's devotion, man. Him and his guitar, they became one.
That's right.
Incredible, man.
And I really think a lot of people don't understand. And I completely understand it. But when you talk about as one, yes, that is an instrument too that will open up an avenue that you never imagined in your wildest dreams. It lets your soul flow through that instrument. It is it's an unbelievable thing.
I mean, he blew everybody away there in Woodstock, man.
Oh yeah.
So did Richie Havens,
Yep.
I'd have to say I went in 1994. The woman I was dating at the time, she wanted to see Carlos Santana, and she talked me into it. I got a couple of tickets, and we went to a park. It's called, at that time, it's an amusement park. It's got all these roller coaster rides and a whole bunch of other stuff. It was called Canada's Wonderland. It's since been sold to Paramount Amusement Parks. And they have a venue there, the stage, and it has chairs, and it has they call it the lawn. It's the lawn, like grass, and those were the cheap seats, eh? To make long story short, I seen Carlos Santana there with her in 1994, and a real spiritual for me event, eh? Unbelievable, man. Like Santana, there's something about him, man. When he plays, he just brings that. You know what I'm getting at?
Well, do you know anything about his life? There's reasons why he flows through that instrument the way he does. Do you know anything about his life?
Not that much. I haven't delved too much into Carlos Santana.
He was sexually abused when he was growing up.
Okay.
And a lot of pain things, and that was his thing that.
That saved him.
That was what saved him, man.
Okay, man.
Yeah, he usually plays a Paul Reed Smith guitar.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, I think he has a Dumble amplifier too.
Cool, man.
Yeah, probably all the things that I know. I don't know your world, and you may the things I got into. It's crazy. I knew every everything about their guitar, everything about the gear they were using, and all of
Cool,
those.
man.
You know the background behind the people in the band history and where they got started and all. I was into other things as a musician, a little heavier than knowing.
Yeah, man.
About, you know what I'm saying? The history of.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
But together, man, I've learned a lot.
I have a friend. He actually lives up here. He's an older guy than me, and this was around the year 2000. We were sitting down at a bar downtown here, and there was a drummer friend of his. This guy tours with bands. They need him. They call him up. His name is Pink. He goes by the name Pink. And my friend's name is Richard. And Richard, he plays bass. He's professional. Anyway, to make long story short, Richard was telling me the story of the Rock and Roll Revival show, 1969, down in Toronto, where the Doors were there, Alice Cooper, and John Lennon was there, and Richard was a young guy, 18 years old, and a friend of his was working as a roadie there at that show, and Richard asked them, hey, get me in, man. I want to work, with you, assist as a roadie. And so his friend obliged and got him in, and he's actually on the stage handing John Lennon his white guitar, his Les Paul. And so he's telling me this story, and I'm looking at him. I like, really, Richard? You handed to John Lennon his guitar there on stage? He said, yeah, Joe. I'm like, wow, man, cool. He said, yeah, they actually have the movie, and they're going to be releasing it. It's the Rock and Roll Revival. I was blown away, man. It's not the kind of story you hear every day,
That's right. Hey, Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? I'm going out to shoot my old lady.
Old lady. I caught her messing around with another man.
Yeah, we were doing those songs in a band that I was in called Penance down along the East Coast.
Okay, man.
And
Penance? Penance? Say the name again.
Penance, Penance.
Right, Penance. Penance.
Penance with a 2
Penance, yeah. Yeah, Penance. Man, that's a hard name to pronounce, man.
Yeah, the bass player came up with that name. I said, we'll roll with that.
Yeah, we'll roll with it.
But
we'll confuse some people.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of Hendrix tunes.
Did you sing lead on that or no?
I sang some Hendrix songs. Yeah, I sang shit.
What did you sing, man?
Shit. As far as Hendrix, you mean?
Yeah. When you did that East Coast thing.
Joe, Foxy Lady.
All right, man.
Oh yeah, all of the radio players, because we were doing cover tunes in that band.
Yeah, man. Foxy.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna take you home.
That's
I
right.
won't do you no harm. No, you got to be all mine. All mine. Ooh,
Foxy
lady.
Wow, 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 wow.
Here I come, baby. Coming to get you.
That's right. But, so I sang all that shit, man. I sang everything. Blackfoot, Skinner, Bon Jovi. My vocal was killer back then, man. I could sing anything. Journey.
Man, I can imagine, man.
I could even sing Steve Perry. I can't get up there anymore because of cigarettes,
Hey, did you record that stuff when you did that? Stuff?
A lot of them. A lot of the groups I was in, they got recordings of all of that stuff.
Awesome, man. I'd love to hear that shit, man.
I don't have it, but they got it.
Yeah, they got it, eh?
Yeah, they got it. But I wasn't real big about They were, but I wasn't real big about recording, doing copy tunes.
I hear you.
You know, I was, as I said, man, that gets off into another story about, you know, I always wanted more and they were always happy doing those things, you know?
Yeah, man.
So yeah, I don't have a bunch of recordings of any of that. No.
Hey, how about Rush? Are you into Rush?
I used to play a lot of Rush stuff on 2112.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember hearing 2112 for the
first time. Yeah, I played all their stuff on 2112.
Yeah, they did that album Caress of Steel.
Yep.
And you know, they weren't very successful with that. The record sales weren't that good.
Right.
And the record label was thinking about dropping them.
Yep.
And so what happened was they decided, you know what? Let's just fucking do our thing. So they went into the studio and they started working on 2112. And they did what Rush does, man. They decided to rock out, and they put 2112 together. And sure enough, man, they said, "Here you go, to the record company. This is what we did." And at first, the record company was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" You know. But then what happened was the fans, when they heard that, they're like, "Wow, this is heavy, man." And yeah, they sold a ton of 2112, man. Just goes to show what these record label executives know. They know nothing.
No, it's all about money for them. You just have to understand that. It's
Yeah.
but they
Always
don't.
is.
But see, they don't always call the market right either.
Right.
In other words, they're careful to invest because they want returns, and they're
Right. Stock
sometimes
market. It's like stock market, man.
yeah. So whoever they are, they're not king, so they don't really know what the public, whether they'll like what they're listening to or not.
Right. I mean, can you imagine like a young Justin Bieber back in the day in the 70s? You think he would make it? You know what I'm getting at or no?
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. I don't know.
You know, it's a tough question, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when I think about all the facets of it, yeah, I'm not sure. You going to bed? All right, see you in the morning.
How about Motown, man?
Motown, whole history there.
Yeah, man.
I love the history of Motown also.
Yeah. Did you know that those backup singers, those females, that they sang on 10,000 songs?
I didn't know, but I knew it was a lot.
And they got shortchanged, buddy.
Man, back then, all of that stuff was going on. That's why they got Watchdog and everything, all the organizations to protect now that they didn't have back then. Man, shit, look at Badfinger. They got ripped off in every damn fucking way. They ended up killing their stuff. They didn't even have enough money to do nothing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, all of that stuff that went on through the years. You don't hear about it very much nowadays. There's organizations to protect the people now. If you you can still cut a bad deal and get ripped off of.
Right.
You know, but it's pretty corporatized now, and some things are in place to stop a lot of corruption.
What can you tell me about Lena Ronstadt and that time period when Glenn Fry played with her?
Oh man, I mean, just I know all about all of that.
Cool, man.
Oh, great.
Down there in California, man, LA.
Those are part of the true artistry people, man.
Right.
These are the people that I just don't think you get that a lot anymore. Like Pink Floyd, Fleetwood Mac, man.
And remember, Don Henley was on the drum kit.
Yeah,
Glenn
man.
Fry.
These are the people that sat around and really designed and came up with new. They were creative artists.
Right. I mean, they were young. Glenn Fry and Don Henley. They were young, impressionable young men, and there they were, you know, playing in Lena Ronstadt's band. She gave them the opportunity, and then they decided after, you know, that hey, let's put a band together. And then they found that guitar player, I forget his name, and then they met this guy Don Felder. They called him Fingers because the guy was so good. And they met what's his name from England that worked with the Beatles, Martin, and he didn't know what to do with them until they did Seven Bridges.
Right.
And then that's when he realized, okay, you know, but by that time it was too late, man. They didn't like him. They thought he was a bit of an asshole, eh?
Yeah.
They came back to the States, and then they did that Seven Bridges. That was their sound, man. It started from there. What an amazing story with the Eagles, man.
Yeah.
That southern rock sound. I mean, the timing.
Every one of those guys was
So talented.
multi-talented.
Right.
And it caused a lot of strife within the group because of everybody was wanting to so express themselves.
Right. And then it's interesting how they got Joe Walsh, eh?
That was the group that came out with the album When Hell Freezes Over, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I got that on CD, man.
Yeah.
After so many years that they were broken up, right? That when they came back together, they put that album, Hell Freezes Over. Funk 49, James Gang. Mr. Joe Walsh was with James Gang.
Oh, yeah.
And what happened was, I guess he left the band. I forget his name, the guitar player, the original one for the Eagles.
Right.
His name escapes me right now. He left the band. And what happened was they introduced Joe Walsh. You know, he did Rocky Mountain Way and a couple of James Gang tunes.
Right.
And then they decided, you know what? Yeah, man, you know, you're in the band. Unbelievable. Him and Don Felder, those two guitarists, along with Don Henley, Glenn Fry. I mean, the talent there, man. And you got Don Henley on the drums.
I just don't think you'll see a lot of people getting true artists getting together anymore.
Right.
I think it's gotten pretty plastic, in my opinion. You just don't see it a lot.
That album, that Hotel California album. I mean, how many units did they sell?
There's no telling. I have no idea.
Incredible, man. One of the top selling albums all time back then. Them and Fleetwood Mac. Rumors.
Yep.
I remember, you know, Dreams, that song Dreams would come over the radio, man. You know, that's what hooked me. I was hooked on Fleetwood Mac from that point on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved Fleetwood Mac too.
That's another interesting story too, eh? Because originally Fleetwood Mac, they had Green, Peter Green, the guitarist.
Yeah.
They did a couple albums. And
hey, did you ever hear of a band called Mother's Finest?
No, I haven't.
They're still Google them. Don't forget to do that. They're still touring and playing to this day.
Mother's Finest?
Mother's Finest.
I'm gonna write that down right now.
Please do, and study the history of Mother's Finest. I have people here close to me that were involved with Mother's Finest. They were a killer group, man. They just never really hit the big time, but they're all over YouTube, I'm sure. They're still touring and playing to this day with different members.
Are they from down south, your area?
Yes. They used to play local around here all the time.
How about the Whoppers, man?
I've heard of them.
They were the band. Their what's his name? Had the studio there, Sun Studios. Aretha Franklin cut a couple of tunes there, and Percy Sledge.
Percy.
What happened was the Stones, they went there to do Sticky Fingers, and they thought that these guys were black, the Swampers. So much to their surprise, they get to the studio, and they're looking for these black guys, and all of a sudden they're like, "Where's the band?" And they're like, "We are the band." "Oh, you're the Swampers?" "Yeah, we're the Swampers."
Oh yeah, I'm very well aware of the Swampers.
Yeah, man. So the Stones were like, "Wow, man, cool." You know, these white guys, they sounded black to them, but in person, they're actually white guys.
Right.
Brown sugar, how come you taste so good?
Brown sugar.
Yeah, they did Wild Horses there too, man.
Couldn't drag me away. Wild, wild horses. Man, I just don't ever think that you'll ever get stories behind the songs like that anymore. Or am I wrong?
Hey, yeah, I know.
It just doesn't seem to. I don't know if that'll ever. I don't know. It's still out there in the country realm. It's still out there a lot, I guess.
No, I don't think that was a different time period, man.
Yeah,
totally different.
But you know, they say it comes back around full circle.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, man.
I'm kind of waiting for that.
That's positive, man. I like the way you think, man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really waiting to see some of this phenomenal artistry.
But I really enjoyed that story with the pianist there for Leonard Skinner, man. I remember hearing that story. You know, the guy was a roadie.
That's right. You're talking about Powell.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Billy Powell. Same here, Mando, man. Fell asleep and had a bad nightmare, man. I had to get up. I think Mando said he had a bad dream too.
Oh, yeah? I didn't think I was going to get any sleep tonight. Too much in a good mood, man.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, man. I think that's the reason why you heard me earlier strumming a couple of chords on the guitar, man. That's usually when I'm in a good mood. You've heard of the Tragically Hip, right?
The what?
The Tragically Hip?
I have not.
You have not, eh?
I have not.
You're missing out, man.
Yes, I am. I don't like missing out in those categories either.
One song you'd recall would be New Orleans is sinking and I don't want to swim.
Oh, I probably know their material, but I probably just don't connect the
name. The name.
Please check out Mother's Finest.
Yeah, man, I wrote it down, man.
Yeah, please check them out in the early days up until now.
You know, there was a lot of those one-hit wonder bands too, eh? Do you remember those in the 70s?
Yeah, I do. But Mother's Finest is a really, man, they had black and white guys in there and everything, and chicks and everything, and they were all so creative in what they were doing. But, you know, it wasn't following the forte that Sony Records wanted to sign and those kind of things. But man, you just check them out and study their history a little bit. I'd like to talk to you about that.
I will, man.
Yeah.
How about the Doobie Brothers, man?
Oh, absolutely. I love them too. Like a lazy falling river.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
Old backwater, keep on rolling,
Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah. Keep on shining your light, gonna make everything all right. Gonna make everything all right.
Chicago, another band, man.
Oh man, my drummer Phil Jackson that just passed away not too long ago. He was
Sorry to hear that, man.
Chicago freak, and I love Chicago, man.
Yeah, man.
Saturday in the park. You think
it was the 4th of July. That horn section, man. Wow.
Oh man, unbelievable.
I seen those guys up here, Rama, man, years ago, man.
A man selling ice cream, singing Italian songs. Can you dig it? Yes, I can. And I've been waiting such a long
time
for Saturday. Yeah, man.
Beginnings is another great song, man. Beginnings.
Oh yeah.
Man, I got like 5 of their albums on vinyl, man.
You know, man, I kind of didn't know where to go with that whole. I had so many albums and 8-track. Oh man, my brother he never opened up his 8-tracks.
Right.
He opened up his cassettes. He also collected vintage magazines and the cartoon magazine. What do you call them? You know, all the cartoon characters and all that stuff, and Spider-Man, Batman.
Right. Yeah. Comic books.
Yeah, comic books. He never opened them. They stayed up in my parents' attic, and then when my brother got older, he came to get them all back.
Right.
I have no idea what his collection was worth, but it must.
Big bucks.
Fun.
Big bucks, man. I
was blown away.
I know a guy up here. Check this out, buddy. He's got 800 albums, and he's telling me this. He knows I'm a music guy, and he's telling me, you know, hey, you got to come over my place, man. He says, me and Charlie on Saturdays, you know, we put on some of these albums and you know, drink coffee and smoke a doobie. And I said to him, well, I'm not gonna indulge in smoking doobies with you guys, but maybe I'll go by and have a cup of tea. He says, yeah, man, I want you to come by on a Saturday. I want you to check out my my record collection. I got 800 albums. I said, holy fuck, 800.
Wow.
That's a lot of fucking albums, man. He said, yeah, Joe, I've been collecting them over the years, man, since I was a kid. That's a lot of albums.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you cannot duplicate that sound of vinyl. I mean, it's still the best sound today.
I think so too.
You know, as long as you got a good turntable, you know, with a good needle.
Yep.
You know. My driver today, I went down to Toronto this morning, and he was telling me that Neil Young has made with some company something, a player, a music player that's better than Apple. And I said, what? He said, yeah, Joe, Neil Young hooked up with some company, and they've made a player that's better than Apple. So I'm going to look into that tomorrow. You know, Neil's a freaky dude, eh?
Yep.
I have to say, I was really impressed with Dave Schultz from Boston, eh? When I went and seen Boston.
Oh, absolutely, man. He designed
years ago.
He designed that sound, and he designed that equipment that did that.
Yeah, man.
He was an engineer.
Yeah, man. He's from MIT, man. That's where he went.
That's correct. I had a lot of his equipment through the years, even the professional rack units that he used on tour.
Right. I was thinking ahead of time when I went to the concert. I brought my MP3 player, a little Sony MP3 player, 8 megabytes, and I pressed record. And when he comes on stage, he does his intro. Fucking fancy guitar work, man. You know, that Dave Schultz sound, eh? Fucking crystal clear, man.
Yeah.
I'll play it for you one of these days, man.
I played a
little sample.
I played a lot of Boston live through the years too.
Yeah, man. You remember when they did Amanda, that tune? It was totally different.
I loved that song, man.
Me too, man. It was totally different than that old Boston sound.
Yep.
Cool the engines, eh?
Yeah.
That was a big hit, More Than a Feeling, eh?
Yeah, I bought he made a little box that you could clip to your pants.
Yeah, I remember you telling me this, man.
Yeah, and they made a soloist and an X100 with an adjustable gain. The X100 had two or three different choruses. But anyway, man, the guitar, so you plug it in and you put on headphones, and it would plug into the box, and you could walk around the yard with the guitar and sound just like Boston.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I did that for a couple of years, man. I even took one of those boxes and used it as a preamp and actually ran it through the PA.
You're making me smile right now as you're telling me the story, man.
Yeah, and actually I ran, you won't believe what I did one time, man. I took one of those, used them as a preamp, and ran it through the PA of the band. The problem was I was, so Boston played stereo in stereo, and they had, of course, he designed that equipment, so they had their own sound, and I sounded just phenomenal, man, through that PA, using that unit as a preamp.
Yeah, man.
The problem, is that all of the other guys in the band were, playing through mono amps.
Yeah, man.
And even though they would mic their cabinets and run it through the PA, it was like night and day trying to mix. And it would not work with a regular band playing through mono.
And stereo, you got the stereo going.
It just sounded too processed and too sweet.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, man. Cool, man. What was it Phil Spector invented? Was it layering?
Wow.
I believe it was layering or double tracking.
You know what, man? I'm sorry, I can't remember it, and I know that so well. I cannot believe I cannot remember.
I remember that, man. That's what he's known for.
Oh yeah. Well, you know,
at that time it was revolutionary in that engineering.
Oh yeah, you still had analog tape.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you remember Roger Waters when he did that solo album, Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking Tour?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went. It was about 6 of us. We went down to Maple Leaf Gardens, and we took in that concert, man. It was almost like sitting, and listening to the album at home, man. It was unbelievable, man. I'd say it was one of the best concerts I've ever been to, man. The sound quality was just unbelievable.
You would be. I am one of those people that was always at home endeavoring into the music, and I'm ashamed to say that I didn't go to more concerts because I was a musician.
Right.
And it's kind of crazy. If you're a painter, you never get around to painting your own house. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I kind of regret that. I went to a lot, but not half as many as I should have. And but everybody was always saying, "Hey, man, these guys are coming to town, blah blah blah." And everybody I knew would always go to all the concerts, but I would always be practicing, trying to be in my own
art.
band. You know what I mean?
You were perfecting your own art, man.
Yeah, and so I kind of regret that in a lot of ways. I missed a whole lot of live performances because of it.
I missed out on Bowie. I didn't go and see Bowie. Billy Joel. I would have liked to see Billy Joel.
He was very different. That actually, during that era of time when Billy Joel came out, he had great tunes on the radio and stuff, but I didn't know what to think about that at the time.
Right.
And I ended up liking it more and more.
Yeah, like a fine wine, eh?
That's right. Well, it's just like Hendrix when he came out, nobody knew what to think.
Right. Elton John is another one. I kicked my ass, kicked myself in the ass. I didn't go and see him.
Yeah.
Peter Gabriel is another one. I didn't go and see him, but I was working too, man. I couldn't be going to all these other shows, man. I had to pick, the ones that I really wanted to see.
Yeah.
I was contemplating taking the night off, in 1987. Pink Floyd played down at Toronto. What's the name of that album? It's escaping me now.
Rash Don is saying Peter Gabriel. Were you thinking of Peter Gabriel or something?
Who, me?
Maybe I misinterpreted. My mind.
I missed out. I said I missed out on Peter Gabriel. I never went and seen him in concert.
Yeah. Rash Don is saying Peter Gabriel in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, man. Peter Gabriel is fucking awesome, man. Do you remember with Genesis, they did that The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway album?
Uh-huh.
In Your Wardrobe. Heavy fucking tune.
Yep.
selling England by the pound. I have that. I had it.
White
8-track.
Wedding. Remember White Wedding?
Yeah, actually, I have that on CD, man. I was listening to Eyes Without a Face actually yesterday.
Oh yeah, oh man, you got to admit, man. I mean, you talking about good radio tunes? Oh, he made a bunch of money, boy.
Billy Idol? Oh yeah, man. There's a story. Billy Idol, when he was young, he seen Led Zeppelin, and he screamed out, "You fucking guys suck!" You believe that? I read that in a novel, Hammer of the Gods, about Zeppelin, unauthorized biography.
Hey man, in a very small way, I can relate to that. I'll tell you a real quick story.
Yeah.
So there was a band called Southwind, and they dominated the state of Virginia. Okay.
I heard that name, Southwind, before, man.
Okay, well, they're probably on YouTube or whatever. But anyway, we were running stiff competition with Southwind, and I was in a band called Crossroads and Steel Breeze. And so we started dominating the Virginia area, and we were at a band called, damn, there was two bars together. I can't remember the name of that one, guys, but I knew the bar owner. Damn it. I can't believe it. I had it.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
Anyway, we were playing at the Lucky Spot, and damn it, what was his name? Anyway, the bar was named after the bar owner's name, last name. And we were in there jamming, man, and they came in, and we saw them in the crowd.
Right.
Actually, we were the other guitar player, while we were jamming on stage, he came over and whispered in my ear in the middle of a tune. And he told me they were out there, and he said, be ready, man. They're here to, you can tell they're here to start some shit.
Right.
And man, back then I was going, good. I can't wait. You know what I mean?
Wow, you were ready for the shit.
Oh yeah. And man, they were mad because we started, I guess we were the talk of the town. And they came in, man, and were hollering, "You guys suck, fuck you, blah, 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 blah," and all that stuff. And man, it almost got, Cluck was his name. The guy's name, we were playing at a bar called Cluck's, and it was right down from the Lucky Spot. And I'll never forget those son of a bitches coming in. And I always thought those guys were so cool. I loved what they played a lot of Allman Brothers tunes and everything. And I thought they would be like brothers, but
right.
they were mad because they dominated that particular area.
Right.
I guess that was a lot of their income, and
bread and butter.
Their bread and butter. You feel me then? And we were cutting into their bread and butter, man, because then the Cluck and the Lucky Spot started booking us 2 nights during the week. And I think it was Wednesdays and Thursdays. Well, that's what it was. We started out with Tuesday and Wednesdays, and then we were so good, Cluck and the Lucky Spot wanted us on Friday and Saturday, which is the hottest, biggest paying nights.
Right.
And man, you talking about a bunch of shit going down, man.
Wow.
Anyway, Cluck kicked them out of the damn bar.
Okay.
So the bar owner kicked their ass out because they were there trying to start a bunch of shit. And actually, to my surprise, since they were the local band, I thought the crowd would defend them, but it ended up, it was about 50-50. And so there was going to be one hell of a shindig, man. So about 50% of the bar was kind of, knew all the guys in Southwind, and they were like running with them, kind of. But the other half of the bar was like, "Fuck you, this band's fucking good as hell. Fuck y'all, man,"
Right on.
And so, but that's my little story to add to what you were talking about.
Cool, man.
So I experienced that before.
Yeah, you know, he was a young punk, Billy Idol, you know, a punk rocker, and here he was taking in a Led Zeppelin show, and he's screaming out, you know, "You guys fucking suck."
Yeah, just so you know,
Can you
Joel,
imagine?
Rash Don is saying, I don't know if you're watching YouTube chat, but he's saying Gabriel is awesome.
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah, Gabriel is awesome, and Phil Collins, so he really likes those guys too.
Oh yeah, man. Phil Collins, fuck, he's so awesome, man. To do what he does, man, play the drums and play the piano. The guy, he's one of a kind, man.
Yeah, Rash Don really likes him too.
The stuff he was doing in the 80s, unbelievable, man. Phil Collins.
Oh yeah.
And when he did that Live Aid, 1985, he did 4 continents, eh? That's in the Guinness Book of Records, eh?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, man. He did Zeppelin, eh? He played on the drum kit, man.
Yep.
On that Live Aid show, man.
Yep.
Pretty fucking awesome.
Yep.
He's an unbelievable talent, man. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise.
Yep.
I remember.
Phil Collins is a legend.
Oh yeah, you remember when he did his first solo album? I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight.
I can feel
it coming in the air tonight. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
When he comes in with the drums, hey, he hits it out of the park, man.
Yep. I'm gonna see if I got a bottled water in here. I'll be right back. Remember what I was talking to you about earlier, Joel?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
As far as tomorrow?
Yeah, I knew exactly what you were hitting on.
It's crazy, man. I got that shit running through my head, you know.
Yeah, I know you do, man.
It's fucking with my soul, you know what I mean?
I know it is, man. That's why you can't sleep.
Yeah. It's all right. I've lived through a lot worse than this, brother.
Hey, I'm here, man.
No, I just...
No, I hear you.
I don't like leaving bad footprints. I've got enough bad footprints in my life.
Yeah, man. I hear you.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think...
Hey, what do you think of Shanker?
I'm lost. What do you mean?
You're lost? Okay, I'm going to tell you. Shanker is the lead guitarist, Scorpions.
Oh, wow, man. I can't believe it. Look, man, I was a Scorpions fan. I know every song they ever damn did. I know every damn song. I know every lead lick that guitar player. My son grew up playing all of his stuff.
Yeah, man. A friend of mine.
My son is it would blow your mind.
Cool. Yeah, your son plays, eh?
I'll put it to you this way. When I was a little younger, I'd kick his ass. But as far as the phenomenal stuff that he's kind of designed his own thing. Plus,
cool, man.
Like we grew up with a Scorpion. Man, look, his whole child.
Right on, man.
He loves the Scorpions. I had every song, all of that stuff.
Cool.
and he really loved it. What's the Krauts guys? The singer Kraut or something? Damn, man, my memory's not good tonight.
The Raven?
The lead singer.
Oh,
Kraut or something, isn't it?
Yeah, Klaus.
Klaus.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love him too, man.
Oh man, now we're talking. I have to bring up Shanker's name, man.
Yeah, man. He wore, the spandex tighties and all that shit. But hey, man.
Well, he was comfortable in them, I guess.
Well, no, man. That was the thing back then. All the guys wore them. Everybody wore that stuff.
Well, it freaked me out because at that time, to hear of a band to come from Germany and to sing in English, and for these guys to fucking rock the way that these guys rocked,
right,
fuck, was unbelievable, man.
Yeah, man, it was great. They used some good Marshall amps too. I play a lot of their material too, Joel.
Yeah, man. A friend of mine, he's German background. One day he says to me, he says, "Hey, you want to go with me? Scorpions are playing down at the Sky Dome in Toronto, right?" I said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, man. We can get a couple of tickets. It's a good deal, right?" I said, "Yeah, man." He says, "Yeah, we'll drive down." And I said, "Yeah, just you and me, right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "All right, let's do it." He says, "Yeah, we'll smoke a couple of doobies." And I said, "Yeah, man, I'm always in for a good time." And so we went down. I think it was something like $10, $11 a ticket. I couldn't believe it, man. So we get there, and you know how they sound, eh? Fuck, man, they just blew the doors right off of the place, man. Oh man, this is the kind of experiences I've had that I'm gonna take with me. Wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm gonna make myself a tea.
Go ahead, man.
Man, can that boy play guitar, man?
Yes, sir.
Someone drop out?
Ronan just did.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, maybe I lost the signal.
I'm just listening to you guys, Jose. I'm having a nice chat with Rash on YouTube text.
Oh, cool. Nice to hear your voice, Beck.
Yeah, I'm just in the background.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Beck.
No, just listening to you talk about music. I can't remember, names and stuff. You're more more into it than I am.
Yeah. It was always a passion for me, man.
I love music, all types of music. I just can't remember, the band names and stuff, or the years and stuff.
Right. It still is. It's always going to be there for me, music. Even when I go into town and stuff, I have my headphones on and I'm listening to music, whether it's Marvin Gaye or some Bad Company, whatever it is, my mood I'm in, or some Ozzy Osbourne.
While I think about it, Beck, that's what I remembered earlier tonight. I thought Sean was the one that had a problem with something somebody said.
Yeah, yeah. Rupert called it a palm. I don't think he meant anything by it, but
what does that mean? I'm from America. What does that mean? POM. What is that?
Yeah.
Well,
what does that mean?
Aussies call the English palms.
Okay.
And
what does it mean?
It just pommy rise from, but they call the English pommies. but Shan took offence because she's not English.
Right.
So
Okay.
it was in effect calling Shan English.
Oh, okay. It was a slight on her being called English. Okay.
Yeah, that's how she felt. But Rupert didn't mean it in that way. You know.
No. Rupert is. I like Rupert, man.
Plus, she's on a period, which don't help.
Right. Oh, she was feisty, eh? Man, she was pissed off. I'm not afraid of anyone. I can stand on my own. I'm not afraid of anyone here.
Yeah, you don't win. You don't win with Shan or Petra. Or
No, it's not going to happen.
if they kick off, you better just let them burn themselves out. You know.
Yeah. No, I like Sean. She's a good friend, man.
And then the burnt out, they'll come slowly round to normal. You just got to pick the right moment and say the right, not say the wrong thing.
Well, she speaks highly of you, man, and your friendship with her, man.
Well, I mean, she's only a youngster. I like them. They're just youngsters, the same age as my daughter. Shan,
Right.
Petra, and Rhodes.
Yeah.
It's a bit of fun.
Now you're making.
Yeah.
Now you're making me feel old, man.
Yeah, you're not as old as me.
Well, you're what?
I just find them funny.
You're what? 60, right? Yeah. You got 10 years on me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I just think they're funny. They're no different.
Yeah.
They don't act any different for my daughter.
Right.
I cringe a bit when I hear them, swearing and getting in,
Right.
and get angry. Oh,
Right.
shit.
Oh man, I used to, use the F word, in front of my mom, just in normal conversation with my uncle, her brother. I always talk to him like I would talk to a friend, just express myself in that way. And the look on her face, oh man, she would be like so embarrassed. Like, must you use that word?
Yeah, I never swear in front of my mother, even to this day.
Yeah.
I swear a lot in general. I
Right.
swear in front of my own kids.
Right.
Try not to swear in front of my grandkids, but I do sometimes. It's just habit. It's I was brought up cursing and swearing.
I know.
But I don't like hearing women use certain swear words.
Right.
One after another. It just.
I'm the same way.
Demeans them.
I'm the same way. It makes them. It's not nice. A lady isn't supposed to be swearing, with those kind of words.
It's different if they're describing something they're angry at.
Right.
It's different from the swearing at someone.
Yeah.
I think they're more powerful if they can, even shouting at someone, if they can avoid the swearing.
Yeah.
They can rise above whoever they're arguing with.
I agree with you. I agree with you there 100%. When they start using vulgar language, those swear words, to me, I guess I'm old-fashioned that way, Beck. I don't find it very, very pleasant.
But I know when Shan or Petra or Rose start swearing, I know they're angry, and I'll just take a back step.
Yeah, but I think that's common. I guess in that part of Europe, there, whether it's Ireland or Wales.
Oh yeah.
I guess England,
Yeah,
Scotland.
I mean, the women here, if they'll shout and bawl, you can shout back and bawl at them. If they start swearing, then you better shut up, because the next step is violence.
Right, you're getting it. Yeah.
Or they fold the arms. When the arm folding.
Oh yeah.
The arm fold.
Oh yeah.
That's like a 10-second warning.
Yeah. Oh.
The next thing is the nails and the kicking and.
That's so funny the way you're describing it. The 10-second warning.
Yeah, the arms get folded and they just tilt and they look at you. And oh fuck! Too late.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, they're funny.
My old man would give me a look, and that would be enough, man.
Yeah, I mean, my father just had to shout. We had respect just because his stature. You know, he just had to, you know, one shout, and that was it. You know, it was over.
Yeah.
He told us once, he wouldn't tell us again. You know.
Well, yeah, yeah.
You wouldn't get a warning. Just told you, and then he moved. You know.
Well, I'm gonna share this with you guys. My old man, he would say, you know, well, I know I'm getting it, right? And he would say, come over here. I say, no, I'm not going over there. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. I say, well, you're coming over here. Either way. I say, no, I'm not going over there, man. You say, you're coming over here, and you're gonna come over here now. Well, okay, I know I'm getting it. He says, I'm not going over there. You're coming here. Go over there, and then there you go. I see stars.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it changes now. I mean, my kids, it was a naughty step. You know, I didn't like. I didn't like to smack them. You know, it's to me, it's like you shock them,
Stupid.
so they're not
Yeah,
going to hear what you're saying.
it's so stupid. The way my old man used to do it, it's so fucking stupid. You know,
Yeah,
I wouldn't do, if I had kids, I wouldn't do that.
no, I think it puts you off. If you had that yourself, it kind of puts you off it. You try a different way, and when you deal with young kids, even if they're badly behaved, if you explain to them why you're
Yeah,
doing what you're doing,
yeah.
you know,
The communication, yes, but
why they can't get something or go somewhere, but give them
yeah,
an alternative,
right,
you know, give them some kind of alternative, then
right,
that can diffuse it. And then if they carry on, then it's a case of ignoring them, putting them to
right,
one side, and keeping them there, and denying them toys or whatever.
right,
And
right.
it works a lot more effective than actually.
Psychology. Yeah, that's psychology, man.
Yeah, yeah. And the same with animals, you know, hitting an animal, you're
Right,
attacking it. You're just attacking it.
right.
You know, the same best thing, you know, a dog, you know, if it
Yeah,
shits or something,
right.
shitting by hitting it. If you
Exactly.
just if you shout at it, raise your voice, talk to it different, and then ignore it for a couple of, the worst thing you can do to a dog is ignore it,
Yeah, Beck. Yeah,
you know, because you're the leader of the pack and it doesn't want you to ignore it,
yeah.
you know.
It wants,
That's a worse, far worse
exactly.
punishment than
It is.
hitting the bloody things, you know.
It is. Yeah. I mean, my old man, I remember this. He was working on a top of a barrel for the wine, and he was gluing it together with a couple of clamps. So I walked into the garage, and there he was in the back with a couple of clamps. You know, the big clamps, right? And
Yeah.
he's got the clamps, and he's screwing it to tighten it. And I said, "What are you doing?" And as I said that, they crumpled. So the round oak top, they crumbled. And as soon as I said that, it crumbled, and his left hand fucking swung and fucking hit me, and I seen stars. And I
Yeah.
thought to myself, what the fuck? Like, what a butcher, man. I asked him a simple question, and this is what happened to what he was working with. The guy got so frustrated, you know, because he heard my voice. Now he blamed me right that instant that it was me that caused that to happen. And this is how he reacted with his left hand. And now I see stars. You know, that's not how you treat a son.
No, no, I mean, you'd remember that for years and years, you know.
Well,
Um,
I'm telling you it now. You know,
yeah, 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 I just can't work out. I mean, we're intelligent, you know. We can use, you know, the power of our mind and our voice and, you know, just to control young kids, you know.
yeah. I
You know,
mean, I was talking to actually Sean. Um, I forget how long ago, and she asked me, you know, you never had any kids, right? And I was explaining to her some things, and she said, "Oh, you wanted to break the chain?" And I said, "Yeah, pretty much." You know, I didn't want, my kids to be like that, if you know what I'm getting at, because I was
Yeah.
afraid maybe I might have some of those ways that he had, but I know that I don't. But that just came to
Yeah,
my mind, you know.
yeah, I know. I mean, you see, I mean, there's a kind of demons in us all when you get into a fight or a scrap. There's sometimes I still get shivers now. You know, some of the scraps I'll get into, and you think, oh,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and
yeah. I've had those. Yeah,
yeah, that's just experiences of life. But then I said to my son, you know, if when you get and he's got into some scraps, you know, when a guy gives up, you know, you don't carry on hitting him, you know,
yeah, yeah.
because
Exactly.
you can see the
Yeah.
fear in a man's eyes, you know, and you just
Right.
stop,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Beck. Yeah.
He knows that. He knows that. I think he's learned
Right.
that. There's
Right.
some people just go completely over the top.
Right.
That's a mental illness. That if you're capable of doing that,
Yeah.
you know.
It is. It is, Beck. That is a mental illness. I had a situation. Was in 1987. I came into a mall and I parked my car, and my friends were inside this mall. And what happened was I opened the door to go inside the mall, and I heard a sound. Uh, I didn't think anything of it, and then I see my friend, and his face is all red. I said, "What happened to you?" And he said, "Well, that guy that just walked by the door, he smacked me in the face." I said, "Why did he smack you in the face?" He said, "Well, some situation. I didn't do nothing to the guy, but he smacked me in the face." And he explained that to me. I said, "Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take care of it right now, man." Because my friend, he wasn't a fighter, and he never started nothing with this guy, because I know his demeanor. And so I went after the guy, and I go outside, and I realized what happened was that guy, he kicked my car, man, the grill, and he's standing there with his father, and I had just finished work at that time, and so the guy's standing there, and I said to the guy, I said, "Hey, did you just smack my friend in the face?" And he's looking at me, he doesn't know what to say. I said, "Yeah, and you kicked my fucking grill, you know." That's the sound that I heard. And he's looking at me. I said, "Yeah, now we're going to fucking take care of some business over here." So I did a roundhouse on the guy, and I start doing some of the moves, the technique that I know. I know some taekwondo and shit. And now this guy, the look in his eyes, he starts to back off. I said, "Yeah, I'm going to fucking do you, and I'm going to do your old man right here, right now." And there's people fucking watching. Like, I lost my mind. I had a few drinks of some cognac before I got there. I finished work, and now I'm in full fucking fight mode. I'm gonna knock this guy's fucking head off. And him and his dad, they start fucking running down the fucking parking lot. They ran all the way fucking home because I just lost it, and I was gonna fucking let them both have it. And they seen
Oh
that.
yeah,
They seen
yeah.
that.
Threats to your family are different. I mean, a few years ago, there was a guy here. He had a running argument with my son. It doesn't matter what it was about. You know, it's about lending tools and stuff. And
Right.
they get into a running argument about this. They started threatening each other. And then this guy apparently threatened to bloody shoot my granddaughter. You
Right.
know, and I only heard this out of a side conversation. And I said to my granddaughter, I said, "Who's this idiot covered in tattoos all around his neck?" You know, and I said to her, I didn't even know who the fucking guy. I'd never seen a guy in my fucking life. You know,
Right.
I said, "Do you know where he is?" He says he's round in the local pub drinking with his girlfriend. I says, "Come and point him out." You know, and it's a pub I very rarely go into.
Right.
You know, And she took me around and she pointed through the window. He says, he's sitting there with that blonde girl. You just don't see anything at all.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You get that tunnel vision. And I went in and I grabbed him. I pulled him over the table. It knocked all the drinks off and actually broke the doors. You know, the two swing doors that go into the pub. I broke one of them. You know, literally carried them out of the pub.
Yep.
And I beat him to the fucking pulp in the car park.
Yeah, man.
But I went over the top. I actually got a police caution because somebody in the pub phoned the police and he made a complaint against me. They came and saw me and said, right, he's in a bit of a mess. I mean, my hands were a fucking mess, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And he said, we know what's happened. He says, and I knew the policeman as well.
Right, Beck.
He said, what we're going to do, you got to accept the caution. Otherwise, you're going to jail tonight, you know. And I accepted the caution. But I knew I completely lost it, you know, at that time.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But a threat to your family is completely different from a normal running argument. You can, you can have a scrap and it's over in, you know, 30 seconds.
Right.
And you buy each other a drink, you know.
Right. A family threat is totally different, man. That's life and death there, man.
Different type of fights, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And you still regret those when you look back. You think, oh, I went too far.
Yeah,
but then you shouldn't have said what you fucking said, you know.
Yeah, and the damage is done, man. You've already fucking done the damage by then.
Yeah, and you, like you say, you regret it. You look back and you think, oh, it was too much, you know, but then you hope maybe you won't say that to anybody else.
Right. And then what happened was a month later, we're at this bar, and it's a heavy metal bar. It was called, what was it called now? Jesus, Hard Rock. Hot Rocks was the name of the bar. And my friend that this guy slapped in the face, my friend says to me, he says, hey man, that Mark guy, he's here tonight, right? I said, oh yeah? Did he apologize to you? That slap he hit you in the face that day? He said, no. I said, oh yeah? Well, he's gonna come over here and he's gonna apologize to you. And my friend said, no, you're gonna go and talk to him? I said, yeah. I'm gonna go over there. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of this right now. So I see the guy sitting across the bar, and his face, as soon as he's seen me, his face fucking dropped. You know, he thinks I'm gonna go and fucking punch him out.
Yeah.
So I walked up to him. I said, hey, how you doing? He's like, hey, not bad, you know. I said, you owe my friend an apology, eh? He said, oh yeah, yeah. I said, yeah, he's over there. You see him over there? He said, yeah. I said, you're gonna go over there and you're gonna apologize. He got up straight away off the chair, and he went over and he apologized. When he apologized, I said, yeah, okay, now you've apologized? Okay, now we're good. And he went back and he sat down in his chair, and that was the end of it. You know what I'm saying, Beck? That's how a man does it. You know, that's how a man does it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's strange how, I mean, I never ever went back to that pub after that, because I thought, okay, I'm automatically banned and stuff. But I actually seen the landlady about 6 months after in a local store, and she waited outside till I got out, and she said, oh, and her name was Helen. She says, hi, we never seen you come back in the pub again. I said, I'm very sorry, Helen, that incident. I says, I thought, well, I'm automatically banned, and I broke your door, you know, the door into the pub. I says, I meant to come back up and offer you, you know, payment, you know, for the door, whatever it took to fix. She says, no, not at all. She says, I was actually, you're quite welcome to come back. I've got no problem with what you did.
Right on. That's respect, man.
Yeah, she says he got what he deserved. He's deserved it for quite some time.
Oh, that's good, man.
So, but I still haven't been back, you know, because I feel embarrassed about what I did, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Sometimes, you know, we got to take care of business, you know. You got to teach these people, you know, how to be respectful, you know.
Well, it isn't that. Yeah, what actually annoyed me, what hurt me the most is my granddaughter. She was only about 9 at the time, and I had to explain to that, I don't do that kind of thing normally.
Right. Right.
And I think she was quite shocked because she witnessed it, and that
Yeah.
that can
That's a lot of
affect.
violence. That's a lot of violence, man.
Yeah, that affected me more, and I think that if that coloured her image of me in any way, that was more, kind of
Yeah, Beck.
disturbing to me.
Yeah, Beck.
That it might have made her scared,
Yeah.
or wary of me,
Yeah, man.
But I tried to explain to her that's very unusual.
Yeah, Beck. Yeah, I totally
You
get it, man.
know,
Not a good feeling, eh?
well, I hope she understood.
Yeah, I think
I'll leave it. I'll leave
as
it
she
a few
gets
years
older,
in Alaska. Yeah, I mean she's 14 now. I'll leave it a few
yeah,
more years in Alaska.
yeah,
I won't
yeah,
remind her. I won't
yeah,
remind her of it again.
right, right. I think she'll understand. It's the respect thing, man.
Mm,
No, after that, that guy, he became a different person, man. I taught him something, you don't do that. You don't fucking slap somebody in the face. Somebody who's not aggressive. My friend was passive aggressive person. He wouldn't hurt a fly, you know. And this guy fucking slapped him and give him a bitch slap, for some stupid reason. And he embarrassed my friend in front of a lot of customers there in the mall that day, you know. Um, and my friend was so fucking embarrassed over it. And I had to fucking take care of my friend like he was my brother, man.
yeah, yeah, you got to do. Yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes your friends can be closer than family. You know.
Well, we were close because I've known him since he was a little boy. He lived right across the street from my house. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't get my YouTube text to load up. It's spinning. Spin. This.
Yeah.
I got to get a new notebook because I done a song. Have you ever heard of Demis Roussos?
What is it? What is it, Beck?
Demis Roussos, Forever and Ever.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that.
He had a one-hit wonder, but it's a great song.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Forever and ever. Yeah, I think I've
Yeah,
heard that.
but I had the YouTube open and I was listening to it to post it,
Right,
for them to look at.
right.
But it's because I opened that now, and I'll just shut that. Oh, I got my text back. It's okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. I got my text. Put it back. Just too slow. This if I open up 3 pages.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. It slows down.
Just 2 gigabyte of RAM. It's just not enough, for streaming.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah. So this driver that I had this morning, he's from Ireland, and he was telling me many years ago, he's in this restaurant, a fancy restaurant in Ireland, and who walks in? Bono from U2 with one of his business managers, and he said, Bono went to use the washroom, and he come out, and Bono recognized a person there, and Bono called him over. Hey, come and sit down with us, man. This and that. And he said it was kind of interesting because people knew who he was, and nobody bothered him. He was at ease. Quite interesting story, man. He said that's why they stayed in Ireland, like Bono and the Edge and the band. They still live there because nobody bothers them. They know who they are. they don't bother them, you know. They're just like normal everyday people.
Yeah, I don't think it's a, you know, a lot of people, their neighbours don't mix so much now.
Right.
You know, they just kind of cocoon themselves into the house, you know.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think like when John Lennon went there to New York, he felt comfortable, because there's a lot of famous people in New York. It's such a big place. He felt a comfort zone there, you know. You know, walk through Central Park with the kid and stuff, have some fun. You know, not many people bothered him, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame. I mean, kids just sit at home and fucking play on a PlayStation or Xbox, a computer. You know,
Right.
you never see them out. Seldom see them out running. I mean, I'm outside the town, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see them wandering about, playing and exploring, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Like when we were kids, man, we were always doing shit, man.
Yeah, we disappeared 10 o'clock in the morning. We didn't come back till 9 o'clock at night. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Always on an adventure, man.
Yeah. Well, somewhere and build a platform up a tree or something like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember we built a fort, man. We were always doing stuff, man.
Yeah, you pull the nails out of some old timber. If you didn't have any
Yeah.
nails, you just pull them out,
Yeah.
use them again.
Yeah. Well, you were kids, you know. Yeah, but it's interesting what you say. You know, they sit at home, playing PlayStations or playing their computers, and you know, just get fat eating junk food and shit.
Getting fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, get fat. Either that or they'll join one of these clubs or gyms where it costs a fortune, you know, to
Yeah.
whereas we used to just go to a field and have a game of
Yeah.
football. You know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Somebody brings a ball. You bring some,
Yeah.
like in the summer, you bring some jugs of water, and you just play all day, man. And
Yeah.
you have a fucking blast, man.
Yeah, you set up your own Olympics. We used to pile up bricks, put a
Yeah.
stick across, try and jump
Yeah.
over it.
We
Don't
did
know
that
why
shit too, Beck.
Yeah.
We did that too, man.
And we didn't injure ourselves, you know.
Yeah, man. And we used to get the girls involved too, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You get a rope, hang it from a bridge.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And swing out on it. You get the girls sitting on top of you.
Yeah, man. We used to get the girls to the creek, man. You know, where nobody could see. You know, lots of bush there. You know.
Stay away from sandy beaches.
Yeah, man. Lots of fun, man. It's kind of funny. I was at a bar one night, and this she was good looking too, man. She used to hang out with us. I'm not gonna mention her name. And she came over to talk to me. Like we grew up together. She was a couple years younger than me. And she said she called me by my nickname. And she said, you know, out of all the guys, you were the nicest one, Joe. I should have hooked up with you. We'd probably still be, together today. I said to her, well, it's too bad. Should have told me that back then. It's too late now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's got a interesting, colourful history, Ozzy.
Yeah, she hooked up with one of my friends. They have a couple of kids, and apparently he treats her like garbage. He's abusive and stuff.
Mm.
Hey, you know.
Yeah, I can't understand. You know, when you get, I mean, I don't like hearing it, but if you get a woman in a relationship like that, why don't they take a fucking baseball bat to the fucker when they're sleeping?
It's too much, man.
You know?
I mean, why, you know, are they abusive to the women, you know? Give me a fucking break, you know. If it's not working out, you know, get some counseling or something. There's counseling that's available. Try and work it out. And if that don't work, you know,
Yeah,
do something.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can counsel that. If that's happened just once, or well, if it happens, you know, the second time, you're never going to stop it.
Right, it's a repetitive behavior in the male.
Yeah,
it's going to be a continuous thing, right?
I mean, I've known violent guys, really violent guys, who would never dream of lifting a hand to a woman or a child.
Right,
you know?
Right. I could never do that to a woman, man.
I've never struck. I've kicked her once. Kicked a woman up the backside. She ran over my daughter with a pushchair on a bus.
Right.
You know, she was 2 years of age. You know, she just about, you know, well, walking anyway. But
right.
Yeah, she was angry when she came on the bus. You know.
Yeah.
And she had a child in a pushchair, and she ran straight over my daughter in a pushchair. I mean, right over the top of her.
Oh.
Over her. Stepped over her and walked up in the back of the bus.
Oh,
and I
my
shouted
Lord.
I shouted at her, "Are you fucking mental?" And I'm picking up my daughter, you know. And she started mouthing back at me, and I was sitting there livid. Yeah, I was sitting livid all during the bus journey. And when it came into the terminus, and I sat and waited till she got off before me. And just before she stepped off the bus, I kicked her that hard up the backside, I hurt my toe.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, did she squeal? I thought, yeah, you bitch. I was so angry at what she did, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I understand, Beck.
But I've never lifted my hand to her. You know, I've grabbed a hold of him, given him a sore backside.
For her to do that to your little daughter, man, at that age, that's so fucking disrespectful, man.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. You know, I thought, fucking hell, she could have cut her face with a pushchair or anything, you know. Fucking.
An innocent.
You know, yeah, my toe was black. My toe swelled up. I kicked her up the backside that hard. And I was walking away from the bus station. I could still hear her shouting and screaming.
Unbelievable, man. Some people got nerve, eh?
Yeah. If they go crazy, you grab a hold of them, you know, fucking calm them down, push them in a cupboard, you know, something like that.
You know, I'm thinking about it, like a defenseless little 2-year-old, and she does this? Come on now.
I think she was a kind of half druggy, probably in her 20s, but, you know, half druggy. Fucking that time you could smoke on the bus, you know. She walked onto the bus with a cigarette, shouting and swearing at the driver. I don't know why he let her on, actually.
Well,
she was shouting and swearing at him because the bus was late, you know.
Her mind wasn't there then, eh? Is that it? She was spaced out, thinking about something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, the bus driver, that's he's to blame, you know, for that.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the bus driver, you know, he just, when I kicked her up the backside, she screamed. I turned around and looked at him in case he had something to say.
Yeah.
He had a big fucking grin in the face, which, because of the bus route, suggests that he'd met her before, you know.
Right.
But yeah, he was fucking laughing.
Yeah, he probably wanted to do that himself before, and now somebody else did it.
Yeah. I mean, I regret you doing it since I've done it, but she fucking deserved it.
Oh, fuck.
I could give her a good fucking spanking, you know, in public. It's my only
nowadays, you can't be doing that kind of shit because every bus has cameras and stuff, eh?
Oh, fucking cameras everywhere. You
Yeah,
dare.
man.
I mean, if you have a scrap with somebody, you know, and you're in a fight, you know, you go to jail.
Yeah.
That was fighting, you know.
Yeah, I was we used to take the bus to high school and back, and this one day on the way back, one of the guys on the bus he said something to the bus driver, and I started to laugh, and the bus driver kicked him out, and then the bus driver came and grabbed me because I laughed so hard, and he grabbed me. I was young. I was like 16, and this is a fully grown man, the bus driver. He started grabbing me and throwing me from side to side on the bus. I was hitting the pipes, you know, where you grab the hand, and he threw me off the bus. Man, I had a few bumps and bruises, eh? And I walked home for, the rest of the way, and I didn't think anything of it, eh? But if that were today, I would have sued, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, he thought that was offensive because I laughed at that situation, and then he used violence to throw me out.
Yeah, stranger.
And what's really funny about the story is this bus driver that threw me out, as it turns out, he became my soccer coach that I went to Portugal with in 1990. We became friends after. What a small world, eh? We actually laughed about it. We shared many drinks over that.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I never ratted him out, Beck. You know, I never ratted him out.
No, I don't. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot.
He had a bad day, right? And fucking, he took it out on me, and I fucking took it, and that's that. You know, I moved on.
Yeah. Yeah, you find, I mean, you get that sometimes. You'll get someone come into the bar, and you know, they're shooting off on one,
right.
But they just want to let it out.
Right.
You know, once they've had a drink, they're okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's understandable.
You just sit and listen, and you know, you give it half an hour. You just say, "You okay now?"
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then the music fucking comes on, and everything's good. Life is too short, man.
You got the YouTube text up, Posey?
No, I don't. Should I put it on?
No, it's just something else to join in on.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on now. Who's out here?
It's Shan, Anders, and Rash is off for a bit of pie.
Sean does want to come on and talk to us?
I think she's getting ready to go out. She's getting some stuff done before she goes back to work on Monday. It's Saturday and Sunday to do it.
Oh, there's Anders.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the. Do you watch the snooker, Ozzy?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I'm a pretty good player.
Oh yeah. What's your kind of scores? 20s, 30s?
A little bit higher than that.
Really? I can play pool. The snooker table, I'm not so good at the focusing now, you know. Fucking long distance.
Yeah, we used to, when we were teenagers, we used to go and play a lot of snooker, man. Me and my friends.
On a full-size table?
Yeah, the full-size table, yeah.
Oh, I can't. I think the highest I've got something like 22, something like that. I like pool. I like playing pool. I used to be able to play pool. You know, sometimes you can do it. You know, maybe 2 visits. Very rarely a clearance on a break. You know, but
yeah. How about 9-ball? You like 9-ball?
Yeah, same thing. But we play it different. We would play it 2 colours, red and yellow. You know, and you just pot your own colours. You know. Didn't have to name a ball, you know, you just pot your own colours, but on the same size pool table, you know.
Yeah, sorry, Beck. I can only concentrate for a little while on that.
Yeah, just fire away on the stream there, the text stream, was it?
Yeah, I said hi and you know, be polite. That's how I was taught.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the weather? What's the weather like over there, Beck?
Oh, we've got wet, just wet, dull and wet all the time. Last few days.
Sean was saying, I think yesterday, that there's a big storm coming this weekend, heading our way. It was like -11 last night over here.
-11. Oh.
Yeah, that's average. It's supposed to be like 0 tomorrow or Sunday.
That's it, warming up a little bit for you.
Yeah, it's
0.
Yeah. I was talking to someone yesterday, actually the secretary there at the office, the doctor's office, and she said that, you know, I said to her, it's Groundhog Day today, and she said, yeah, it's going to be an early spring. I said, oh, so the groundhog came out, eh? Because what they have is they have up north, it's a town called Wyerton, and they call him Wyerton Willie. He's a groundhog, eh? And on Groundhog Day, he appears. And if he goes back in his hole, it means he sees a shadow, right? It'll be an early spring. They also have down there. And have you ever seen that on TV, Beck?
What's it called?
We have Wyerton Willie. His name is Wyerton Willie. It's a groundhog. And they do this every year, eh? People come up to see this friggin' thing.
And they predict the weather by then?
Yeah, they predict the winter, how long it's going to be. If they see their shadow, they go back in the hole, and it'll be 6 weeks winter.
Yeah, I know there's people study some insects, insect behavior and bird behavior. I mean, there's probably a lot in it, you know, if they do it, you know, more sensitive to nature than we are.
Right.
But I think the weather is that, you know, it's that unpredictable, you know, the mass movement, the pressure systems,
right.
Plant a lot of stuff and then get a winter.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we've skipped the worst, you know.
Yeah. I mean, back in the old days, they still do it. They have the Farmer's Almanac. Do you guys go by that?
The almanac went no. I don't think it follows. It's following that kind of pattern now, was it?
Yeah, it's so far out of whack now, right?
Yeah, I mean there is regularity in them almanacs, but I think 100 years it's changed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 30, 35 years ago, the Farmer's Almanac, it was pretty, you know, pretty close. But yeah, the drastic weather changes have been happening ever since. It's due to the pollution, you know, the chlorofluorocarbons and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And other things, phenomena going on.
Yeah, it's a complicated system. I mean, the weather patterns, I think they can't really predict, you know, too far ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to break away in Antarctica.
Yeah.
The big one.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, but I reckon that's going to break away in the next, could be in the next couple of months. And it'll be one of the biggest icebergs ever recorded when it does.
Right. Yeah, man.
And it's taken a hell of a big, it's about the size of fucking Wales or something like that.
Yeah, it's really nuts, man. The drastic weather changes that have been happening up there, the melting of the polar ice caps, man.
Well, the polar one, I mean, I know a lot of people disagree with it. You know, they say it's balls, but you see, you'll know more than me being over there, but the seawater, you know, the frozen seawater, it's getting shorter and shorter and shorter every bloody year, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what are the scientists saying about that? You know what I mean? I don't. A lot of this stuff, I don't believe them. You know, who's funding them? You know, to say, you know, in their papers, in their research, one thing or another of what's going on.
Yeah. I've watched different documentaries and stuff, but they're all of a general view. It's melting very quickly.
Yeah,
you know,
that's the bottom line. It's melting at a drastic rate. That's what we're faced with, Beck.
And this is, you know, even people don't realize how much that
that's what I was going to delve into. A lot of these little islands and stuff, they're going to be under the ocean water, man, due to these.
Well, I watch
the melting.
Yeah, the coastal defences here, they're spending billions on. There's more and more erosion every year.
Right.
But I mean that goes into insignificance compared to somewhere like Bangladesh.
Yes.
The flooding that happens there every year.
Yeah, and Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, and that's been happening for decades. And, you know, hundreds of thousands of people losing their homes and farms, but it doesn't get the news time.
Yeah, you read my mind.
Because it's Bangladesh, you know.
Yeah, it's like a third world, you know, so they don't pay. They don't pay nothing
Yeah.
to it, you know.
If that was the South England flooded or Florida, it'd be on the
Right.
news all the time. You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and many thousands of people losing their life.
Exactly. Yep. I mean, you know, these big
So,
corporations, these big polluters, you don't see them on the news. You know, this has been going on forever. You know, a lot of the stuff that goes on, but it's a combination of you know, a few things going on. You know,
yeah,
but
yeah, Rupert.
we do
Yeah,
know that you know, with all these cars and all these, you know, CFCs, you know, we're poisoning our environment. You know. At a drastic rate. Look at all these, if you think about it, look at all these airplanes that go up in the air every day. Look at all these trucks on the road, all these cars on the road, right?
oh
You know,
yeah, yeah.
all
So over
these
the
cows,
last,
you know, the methane, you
yeah,
know,
yeah. I think over the last 150. I mean, the Industrial Revolution. I
right?
mean, it's a big atmosphere, but we pour a lot of CO2 into it, and I reckon it's
Yes,
probably worldwide. You know, mankind. The way I look at it, we are putting as much in as a natural disaster would, like
yes,
you
Beck,
know, a couple of big volcanoes. You know, that's all
yes,
it would take. You know,
yeah,
to put too much sulfur or whatever into
right.
the atmosphere.
That's
We
a
are
good
doing the
point.
same. You know, as a unit. You know, like the
Yep,
ant's nest, and if they
yep,
all pour the stuff in,
yep,
you know, worldwide, it's got to have an effect.
yep. There's no denying that.
Well, when you look at these night videos of the planet, and you see the cities
Yep,
all the way usually along the coast. You know,
right.
I think half the population live on the coast, but we just look like a virus spreading all over the planet. You know,
Yep, yeah, Beck.
if that being natural, if that being a disease on a cell, the cell would kill it.
Yeah. I
You know,
remember when Chernobyl happened back in 1986. I educated my father at the time of what happened there with that nuclear plant, and he started engaging in that with the news, the Portuguese news, and because that's the only language he understands, first of all, and
yeah,
then he was not a dumb man, and he started to listen in on their reporting of what was going on there in Chernobyl, and I remember him opening the side door of the house and looking up into the sky, you know, and seeing, you know, with his mind, you know, I don't know what he was thinking at the time. And I was explaining to him that, you know, the radiation, you know, that was being given off from that disaster, that, you know, the
yeah,
wind blows that radiation. So, you know, it wasn't going to show the effects right there and then. Maybe in
yeah.
that centralized location of Chernobyl, you know,
Oh, they
but the
detected
rest of
they detected radiation in sheep in the UK from that, Jose, but they said it was
right,
of a safe level. You know, that's what they
right.
said.
That's what they said. Yeah. Uh, so I had this conversation with my dad, and I said to him, you know, the wind blows that radiation. Members will never know of people that will eventually get cancer from that.
Yeah,
And you know, he was kind of surprised because he didn't know anything about you know, nuclear power plants and
yeah.
radiation and shit.
Yeah, people think you have to. I mean, one tiny microscopic particle of dust that's
Right.
radioactive could fuck you
Yeah.
up. You know, if it's
Yeah,
in your
man.
lungs. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, Beck. Yeah. It's
but
serious
there's
shit.
a YouTube documentary of them building that big new concrete tomb over that.
Right.
And I can't remember. It cost something like the West paid for it. Actually, it wasn't Russia. It was something like 1.2 billion. It
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
And there's a documentary about an hour and a half of them building that. You know, they had to build it away from it and then slide it over it.
Yeah, Beck.
And they built it to the shape to slide right over.
Yeah.
Then they put these curtains down, and they've got cranes inside it,
Right.
the waste material and stuff. But
Yeah.
it was a massive, massive project.
Yeah. Massive operation. Yeah.
Because it was still the one that the Russians built over it was only to last 20 years. It started collapsing as they were building the other thing beside it.
Wow.
So they knew if that roof collapsed on that one they built, they were going to get more, dust into the air,
Right.
So they built this other thing over. I think they finished it now. It's been built over it,
Right.
Yeah. And
I
then
mean,
there's a
that
big
became
processing
a
plant.
ghost town. Hey, that became a ghost town.
Yeah, it's that place is condemned for a couple of 100 years.
Yeah, Beck. Thank you for saying that. You know, a lot of people. There's a lot of ignorant people out there that don't have the education, to understand what that radiation does.
Oh, they don't know. Yeah, they don't know about these enriched uranium, these isotopes, and how long it takes it to decay. Some of it's thousands of years.
Right.
They've got to bury it.
It's a serious matter. Look at Fukushima there, with that disaster there. I mean, who's responsible for that? I mean, the company that made that nuclear power plant, did they not realize that location was not proper for that? In case of an emergency, the backup water to cool the system.
Yeah, I mean, they thought they had it be right beside the sea, but they didn't count on all the, the building being shaken to bits and, all the lines being broken,
Right, right.
That was a big earthquake, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be an advocate of nuclear power if it was safe,
Yeah.
But I don't think you can be 100% safe with that shit.
Yeah, exactly, Beck.
I mean, the same process goes on in the sun, but it's 93 million miles away.
Right.
We just get the heat and the light from it.
Yeah.
And the
But
planet
I mean,
protects
to
us
supply,
from
to supply the amount of electricity, like to all these houses, I'm talking about back then, you need a nuclear power plant, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've got in the UK, I think there's 3 running at the moment, but they supply something like 5%. I mean, it's
right.
It's not, and I wouldn't fancy
efficient.
them.
Yeah, it's not. It's not efficient. Yeah.
It's not. There's the big Sellafield one that reprocesses nuclear waste from other countries,
right.
Even what generates power. I think we'd have to build something like 40 of the fucking things, and I don't fancy being near one.
I don't either, man. We have one here. It's called the Pickering Nuclear Power Plant, and let me tell you, man, it's really close. The radius, if anyone dropped a missile there, let's say, I don't want to talk negative, but if someone, a terrorist, had any plans, anywhere from a 200-mile radius, everyone is pretty well done. The radiation, it's pretty well. See you later.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about what gets me about these preppers. If there's a nuclear war, why the fuck would you want to survive it? There's nothing to come out to apart from dying of radiation poisoning.
Right. I mean, and who wants to live underground?
Yeah.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be a fucking hermit. You want to be a hermit?
Yeah. I wouldn't fancy living underground for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Fuck that. See you later, man.
Yeah.
But I guess, here I am talking, saying that, but if it came down to it, yeah, man, I probably would live underground. You know what I mean?
No communications, no infrastructure, nothing left, I would imagine if you set up like that, you'd have to set up like a community.
Yeah.
Not just yourself.
Yeah. No, not
these
just
people with these big cellars full of food that they think they'll survive on their own for years.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
On the phone when they're ill.
Yeah. Give me a break. But yeah, man, they do have them in the States, underground communities that they've built that, it's supposed to be top secret. Some truck drivers have already come on, like YouTube and have shared their stories of what they've done, in that operation. It's all top secret shit, eh?
Yeah, they even done it during the Second World War, but
right.
I know they've got probably a couple of things set up where they take engineers and doctors and people like that, that they need.
Important people, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a select few, but
right.
I don't think I'd want to be around in that, that kind of society.
Me neither, man. Not my kind of people.
Nah, it's okay. Well, maybe if you're young, if you were young, but
Beck.
I've had my life. I'm not particularly fucking bothered. You just
I hear you.
You would hope they would swing in a different direction. For your kids and your grandkids.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Beck.
We're only the guardians. Yeah, we're only the guardians for them.
Yes, Beck.
Wherever they are, all over the world, what we do here affects people on the other side of the world,
Right. But what gets me is I remember from a young age, you got the US, they have all these nuclear weapons. You got USSR at the time, but now they're Russia. They got all these fucking bombs, nuclear. This fucking power, to threaten the world. At any given moment that they could press a button and fucking kill everybody.
Yeah, I can't understand. Yeah, they glorifying Trump saying, I'm going to spend more and update our nuclear program, and he should be going in the other direction. He would say, right, I'll talk to
man.
I'll talk to Putin, see if we can get rid of these weapons altogether.
Dismantle these fucking nuclear fucking shit, man.
I mean, even Reagan done that to a degree. He came to agreements, cutting down on warheads, and he was a bit of a warmonger.
Yeah.
But Trump's going the other way.
Yeah.
Trump's saying, "Oh no, he'll be making his mates rich." These arms dealers, the tech firms. Yeah, okay, we've got another 500 billion to spend on a nuclear program. We can build another couple of submarines and another.
Right.
Nuclear powered aircraft carrier. That's just making a few people rich.
Exactly.
Spend it on the roads and the schools. And,
I mean, the U.S. school system is fucking deteriorated, and it has been for fucking many years. I don't want to start talking negative. I know I'm going to get some fucking lashbacks from some citizens, but Oprah Winfrey, she alluded to this many years ago, that the school systems, the schools, have been eroding for many fucking years.
I think they get the attitude of I watched a documentary. They were talking to a very high up Chinese guy in the Chinese Communist Party, Jose, and they were saying to him, do you feel like you're threatened with the military bases surrounding China? Yeah. And this guy, and he had to do subtitles, but you could see him laughing. He says, no, we know not attack us, we haven't invaded anybody, and China hasn't never invaded anybody. They've been invaded.
No.
By the Japanese, the Japanese.
Yeah.
There, 3.5 million of them in Nanking,
Yep.
And people will say, well, I've invaded Tibet. Well, okay, but you could say Tibet is within Chinese borders, really.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're committing atrocities there. They're not bombing them,
Yeah.
they're building roads and schools in Tibet, you know.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of different cultures, China, a lot of different religions, you know.
Yes, 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 Beck.
Within China. And I was saying to this guy, do you feel threatened? He says, no, no, no. He says, America will not attack China. While America spends money on bombs and missiles and aeroplanes, we're making washing machines and TVs and
man,
coffee makers, you know, and he was laughing.
Yeah, it's a joke, man.
Yeah, that's just their culture, you know. And I don't think that, I mean, they're communists, they're run by a communist party, but to keep control of such the size of a country, 1.3
population,
people, I mean, they do break a lot of human rights, but
right.
They plan way ahead. They're building, no, their infrastructure. They've risen up quicker in the last.
Yeah, they're far-sighted as opposed to being nearsighted like the U.S.
Well, their government doesn't change every 4 years, and you get people backtracking, and changing their mind. They can plan way ahead, and that's a good thing. But
it is, yeah.
This documentary goes on to talk to some of the people, you know, the public.
Yeah.
Workers, and they were saying their standard of living is improved. This is rice growers from the countryside who live work in factories. We can get. We've got a nice flat. We can work. We go visit. Or they go and they see their kids, you know, a couple of times a year because they travel to the city to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
But to them, it was luxury just to have a TV set, running water.
Right. Right.
You know. Right. And they said, what about your freedom? What about you can't demonstrate? And they said, oh, yes, we can demonstrate. We can complain about, you know, the local Communist Party, change the government and have the same kind of mess that you're in, you know.
Oh, wow.
And it was just enlightening watching them speaking to her. This was in a park, you know.
Yeah,
and it was
this is profound, yeah.
It wasn't staged. You could tell it wasn't staged. It was a Western reporter. You know, he was traveling through China. He said, and his hero was John Pilger. You know John Pilger?
He's English, right?
Australian, I think.
Australian, okay.
Yeah, he done good documentaries, and he tries to follow in his vein. You know, he goes to the grassroots.
Yeah,
But the picture you got is the Chinese on a whole were quite happy. You know,
they're hardworking people, man.
Yeah, their standard of living's gone up. They can see all this infrastructure getting built, you know. So some of them get the land taken off them, you know, to build, you know, these cities are growing. And there's a little bit of unfairness there. They're not compensated and stuff. But, you know, it's planning. It's planning by the government for the good of the whole.
Ahead, yeah.
And it's for a lot of people. I mean, they had starvation and famines, you know, throughout 30s, the 50s, up through the 60s. They were still having starving people. That doesn't happen anymore, you know. You don't get famine. Oh, you gone? Talk to myself. I lost connection. Yep, it's only me. Jump onto the hangout. Yeah, you don't get you used to get famines in China, Jose, but you don't get them now. Oh, 1.3 billion. Yeah, yeah, I think India will overtake them in the next 15 years or something. You know. Yeah, and you know the funny thing? They were talking to this Chinese communist, you know, the high up guy in the Communist Party. He said, what do you see as the biggest threat to China economically? Yeah. And it wasn't Europe, it wasn't America, because he said they've got the population the same as we have, he says, to work and economically overtake us. You know, that was an interesting, comment, that he didn't see the West as a threat at all. Yeah, the Chinese, even high up in the Chinese government, they see India as the main threat. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, they've got their growth to come, once they start, concentrating on their own industry and their own infrastructure, you know. Yeah. they've got- Yeah. 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 Yeah, why not? It's a beautiful country. The Himalayas. Yeah. Oh, I'd take a chance. Yeah. 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 I mean, very hospitable as well. Um, but when you hear Buddy, I mean, I can understand Buddy when he's annoyed at job losses. But he mentioned they're buying all this stuff from China, all these imports. But we done the exact same to them. Yeah, yeah. For over 100 years, we've been exporting. I mean, the fact they can make their own trains, their own cars, their own TVs themselves now, they're perfectly entitled to. They're perfectly entitled to do that, and they're perfectly entitled to export them. You know, and when he talks about when he talks about a level playing field, I couldn't get talking about currency exchange. To me, that just complicates it. To me, if you talk about a level playing field to the exact same standard of living as we've got, that, that's the problem. That's what I think they don't see. Someone in China or someone in Africa or someone in India is entitled to a nice house, two cars, TV, washing machine, internet, everything we have. And I think that's what they don't see. You know, we've had our industrial revolution. Why can't they have theirs? You know, yeah, yeah, they're just doing it a lot quicker than we did it. That's all. Yeah, I can't understand this nationalistic thing where you think, oh, let's have jobs. I can understand if you get people that are hungry, feed them, yeah, if they're in your own country. I can understand looking after war veterans. I can understand looking after old people. But I just cannot understand this attitude as they have no right to. Why are we buying Chinese goods? Why are we buying the richest people in their country? The richest, yeah, capitalist, the richest family in the country, the one that believes in freedom and competition. They're the ones that import all the Chinese goods. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Capitalist competition. Yeah, yeah. And you've no choice but to compete, because if you don't compete, your neighbour will do it. They'll buy the stuff from there and they'll wipe you out. Well, I can't see where the solution is. It's certainly not putting up trade. Did you see what the Mexican that Mexico said to Trump? The news, I'd never seen him before. The new clips I seen said, yeah, he was one of the richest men in the world. Conference, he said, what you don't realise, Trump, is if he starts putting tax on all these goods that's coming in from Mexico, it's going to cost the Americans a lot more to buy stuff because they can't make them. Yeah, crazy, absolutely crazy. Trade wars never ever work anywhere. Yeah, I remember something with the steel, American steel, back in the early 80s. Um, the Americans put some kind of tax on British steel, so we retaliated. We retaliated, and nobody won. You know, it was just a tit for tat. You know, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to wage levels. You know, put your iron ore from Australia, it's going to cost America the same amount of money as it costs us to ship it. It will come down to wages, and whoever pays the lowest wages. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the most sickening thing in that is that Lehman Brothers, when they were bailed out, they were given, so much. I can't remember, 1.2 trillion, whatever. Um, but when they were bailed out, the following year they registered offshore to pay less tax. Bonuses. They done the same in the UK. Yeah, they done, they done the same with the Royal Bank of Scotland in the UK. I don't know what they lent them, fucking 800 million or something like that. And when they bailed them out, right, the executives were given a bonus because they rescued the bank. And you think, you fucking what? They should have been fucking sacked. Yeah, yeah. There was, I don't know, like 6 or 7 European countries bailed out the banks, the Americans, and the only people to send the bankers to jail were Iceland. Yeah, they put yeah, they put 4 bankers in jail, and what happened? The American banks started to threaten to stop doing business with them unless they released these bankers. And to be fair with the government, they made the that Prime Minister of Iceland was going to strike a deal with them out, and kept the bankers in jail. You know, but that's only a small population, 320,000 people. but they were all together on what they wanted to do with those people, you know, and they'd done it quickly. They knew what had happened, you know, they were in trouble. Yeah, 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 but we gave them fucking bonuses. Even that HTBC bank was caught laundering drug money and criminal money, and they were given a fine. They were fined. You know, they should have been put in fucking jail. Yeah, yeah. Well, if you're caught in tax and you don't pay it, they can put you in jail. Banking exec. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's no different. Yeah, but then it happens, you know, when you see people go up to court, you know, and they get off with it, you know, like your O.J. Simpson, that South African guy that shot his girlfriend, you know, you think, yeah, they've got money, they can, yeah, literally get away with murder. Yeah, yeah. I mean, all the racism thing came out and all this kind of crap, you know. But I mean, the guy was so obviously fucking guilty to me, you know. Didn't he get found guilty in a civil? Didn't he take him to a civil court? Yeah. And then what? And what happened? Yeah. And what happened? What happened a couple of years later? Didn't he get convicted of trying to kidnap somebody? Yeah. Yeah. Get done. Was he in jail still over that? Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. Eh? Yeah. 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 One rule for them, different one for everybody else. Oh yeah. 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 I just saw something on the news this morning. You know the Britain leaving the euro, the Brexit. They reckon it could cost 60 billion to leave. That's what they got to pay back for money that the EU has spent on programs in the UK, etc. Yeah. Well, of that 60 billion, they reckon 30% of it, yeah, will be legal fees. 30 billion in legal fees. Uh, Crazy. This Brexit could take up to 10 years, Jose. You know, to break all the ties, it could take up to completely break off, can take up to 10 years. Yeah, all the legal stuff and papers and, you know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's got to be thousands of people involved in that, you know. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it goes all the way down. Common sense. I mean, the school I go to, I sit on the board of governors for health and safety thing. Um, they actually send emails to each other in the school from one classroom to the next. We had a meeting a couple of months back about different things that were happening within the school. You know, I just do it. I just do it. You know, as a spare time thing. Um, the only reason I got interested, actually, my granddaughter was at the school. But anyway, this teacher was saying they were talking about raising money for a concrete base and a new shed. Yeah. I said, oh, and I just happened to say, oh, didn't we sort that out at the last meeting, Imelda? We said, yeah, they were going ahead. Says, oh, no, no, no. I had to email Alex. This is the head teacher. This is the deputy head teacher talking about the head teacher. And she said, I had to email Alex and get the go ahead. And I said, yes, Alex was actually at the meeting, wasn't he? And she said, yes, but I still have to confirm it by email. I thought, hellfire. I said, oh, so you're actually waiting for him to email you back. She'd only been speaking to him 5 fucking minutes before that, you know. You're waiting for him to email you back about it to give it the go ahead. She went, yes, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting for a confirmation email. You know, I said, oh, okay. And the head teacher was too busy. He was seeing a parent, you know, to attend this meeting. And when it finished, I went out and I said, hey, Alex. He said, oh, yes. I said, is there any chance you can fire a quick email to Imelda? He said, oh, what's that concerning? She said, well, apparently she sent you an email just to okay the go ahead for a new base and shed for the PE equipment. He went, oh, yes, I thought I'd done that. Now, this has been held up for 4 months because this fucker never answered her fucking email. I just said to him, yeah, but that kind of thing goes on every single fucking day there, Rosie. And I said to him, yeah, and I said to him, I actually said to him, you know, I says, well, I'm getting off. I says, I'm going. He says, is there any chance you can just nick through and tell Imelda, okay, go ahead with that? He said, oh, actually, I think I'll just confirm it by email. And I felt, oh, fuck, I give up. Yeah, oh, I'm not in the. I'm not into the detailed stuff at the school when they talk about the education stuff. It's just it was health and safety. The only reason, well, I got involved because my wife was raising money. They were, you know, doing water wells in some African country and stuff like that. And the school was actually letting her use the hall, you know, to do sales and stuff. And I got involved that way. But the more you do it, the more you get drawn into it, you know, and you start getting, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's something they're trying to, the hell she's fucking got them, but she's managed to get a hold of 15 filing cabinets that somebody was getting rid of, but she wanted to store them at the school because they've got a room she could store them in and sell them there, you know, for some cause or whatever. So I was to ask him that day, you know, and I forgot because I was taken away by this fucking shed thing, you know. And then I got home, yeah, when I got home, she said, "Did you ask him about the filing cabinets?" I said, "No, I fucking forgot." she wasn't happy. I mean, I could. There was that Iranian lad was on last night, was he? Yeah, I can understand them feeling offended. I mean, a lot of technicians and engineers and people like that work for their big technical companies, and they use a lot of Iranians. Yeah. My brother went out to a chemical plant in South Iran a few years ago. You know, when they were still blacklisted. Yeah. And he was speaking to an Iranian, and he was an okay lad. He actually got his passport back. What happens when contractors go into Iran, and I've been in Iran myself back in the early 80s, when you go into Iran as a contractor, they take your passport, yeah? Yeah. And if you want to leave, you've got to ask for them back. Well, uh, on his contract at his time, mine was completely different. He was they were commissioning a chemical plant, and every day that this plant didn't run cost them something like 1.3 million or something like that. So they were paying good money, you know, to get it commissioned. He was on something like £400 per day. He was making per day, yeah, and he was going to be there for 2 months. Yeah. So he was into making, you know, about £30,000 in 2 months, you know. Yeah. But anyway, they took his passport. He got a bit fed up with the politics of the job he was doing. The contract just in Australia. So he said to his company, I want you to fly me out with a passport. Well, the Iranians refused to give him his passport. Yeah. Well, because they wanted him to stay there so that he could get his plant commissioned. He's quite, yeah. He done radiography, you know, X-ray and things and stuff. He's a very good technician, you know, and he's quite high up in his field, you know. But yeah, he said, I want out. He says, I've got another contract, and apparently the Iranians said no. Through a Dutch company, yeah. And so he said, and at that time there was no American embassy in Iran, yeah. And he said, right, he said, I want my passport back. I'm insisting on it, you know. And he said, well, the only thing you can do is go to the Dutch embassy. They couldn't help him, yeah. So he actually had to contact the Scottish, oh, sorry, it was the British Foreign Office in London. And they said, well, leave it with us, which to the Foreign Office in London means when they say leave it with us, month, yeah. Yeah, before you know, you don't exist, you just become, you know, a piece of paper in a pile. They do that with people in prison as well. They'll forget them for fucking years. You know? So yeah, and he didn't get anywhere. And this Iranian guy came to him, a technician. He said, and he explained to him. He says, "What's your problem?" He says, "The passport back." This went on for 2 weeks, and this Iranian guy said, "Leave it with me." He was a technician as well. Leave it with me. I'll sort. He had it sorted out in 2 days. He got his passport back, and then he flew out. Yeah. Well, this Iranian technician guy, he actually came over from America. Yeah, he sorted that out for him. He worked all over the world as well. This lad. Now he actually lived in America, but he worked most of his time in Iran or the Middle East. Now, what would that kind of order say to that guy that Trump made? In other words, if he was working away, he couldn't get back into the country. You know, even though he was an American citizen. So I understand how offended that guy was, that young lad from, yeah. Well, it's for a reaction. You know, he made these promises. It's a reaction from to me, it's for reaction from right wing kind of Nazis. Yeah. Yeah. But banning refugees, you know, but of the 7 countries he named, terrorist attack on the states from anybody from any of those countries. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're the same as him. They're the same as him, Jose. Exactly the same as him. They just don't voice it. They're all corrupt. They're all corrupt. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I know where Buddy's. I can understand Buddy's frustration. There's people losing jobs and stuff. But I mean, that's to me, it's a natural process. I think, and I don't like saying it, but I think the Western countries, has got to accept a lot lower standard of living. That's what's happening. We haven't had real wage rises since the 70s. You know, yeah, 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 yeah. Could be competitive. Well, yeah, I think they agree on prices now. That to stop that kind of price war, I think they agree on, you know, what the prices are going to be between them. You know, Yeah. Yeah, the tax here is high. Every company, I think every company does that. I remember someone asking Sony, when they make the PlayStation games. Well, it was a few years ago. They were about 25, £20, £25, whatever, in the UK. But over in France, you could get them for like 15 quid. And this person had questioned Sony and said, why is there such a and even cheaper in the United States? Why is there such a difference in price between the UK and France? And Sony's reply was, we will price our products to what the market will stand. Yeah, in other words, if they pay it, we will charge that. Yeah, and I think that's the same with all products, Yeah, yeah, yeah. They couldn't believe me last night. Yeah, they couldn't believe me last night. When they were typing out the prices a gallon of fuel, and I said ours is like over $8 a gallon. And we've got our own fucking oil. I think we are one of the dearest, even though we've got our own oil, Jose, like Germany hasn't got any oil. Their fuel is cheaper than ours because they don't tax it as much as our government does. You know, yeah, it's the governments that are ripping people off. You know, can you imagine Americans, uh, putting up with $10 a gallon? No, it's not going to happen at any cost. That's why the wars, they've got to guarantee their fuel supply. A cheap, very cheap fuel supply. Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia ran out, oil in 5 years' time. They'd be in Venezuela or something like that. They'll just step to the next country where they can get the oil from. Yeah, but that destroys the environment. You know. Yeah, well, Summer Lad, he messaged me. Um, he's on a big contract at some plant. He's earning a lot of money. Um, he's never actually earned so much money, and he's concentrating that for the minute. He was working. I can't remember what he said. I haven't got the. I'll put my message page up. I'll try and get my messages up. I've only got this one. Yeah, I can message him. Hang on, Ozzy, I'll just open up my message page. I'll let you know what he's doing. Hangout. So I don't even know if Amando's done another hangout. I don't know. I'll just open up. I closed the hangout in the YouTube. There was nobody on the YouTube text, so I just closed them. I'll open up a hangout page, see what's happening. Just takes a while to put up. No, it's just you know, that Hangout's opening up that. See if he's another one up. I don't think he has. Hang on. No, he hasn't. See if anybody's chatting on it. No, you know Athena? I messaged her. Well, she added Packy and asked her why she'd added Packy. I don't know. We'll see what.
That's what I was relating to.
Got an answer, but I'll have a look at it in a minute. She's renamed the hideout. She just put a load of mojos.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Just put a load of mojos. Hang on, got a message. Right, hamsters. Here's me. Flick off. Cut the rain. Well, she hasn't said why she added them. That'll stir a little bit. Yeah. Well, she never answered me when I said, why did you add Packy to Amando's? She answered Shan, but she didn't answer me on the hamsters, you know. Yeah. Prick. You know, maybe I'll lift it. Let's see what someone said. Are you there, Jose? Yeah, Summer messaged me 17-hour double shift, yeah. Then he took a layoff. He's getting a rehire with the same company at a different time. Travel in and out about $700 and change, and $140 per diem, whatever that means. He says, I just set my all-time one-day income record. He starts a new job on Monday. So he'd been awake for 29 hours, and he'll catch me later. So he's off to a new job Monday. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't want to. I know what he has an ID where he'll keep an eye, but I don't want to mention it in case I type his name into chat accidentally. You know, he doesn't join the chat. He just watches it. You know, I just don't think he wants to chat to the idiots. You know, no, no. I actually think since he can't hear us, it was Anders. He couldn't really get his handle round. You know. He liked chatting to Rose, but I don't think he was so keen on Anders. She's actually fallen out with Anders, Rose, I think. They had a rather tiff last night. Yeah, yeah. Who's that? Oh, Anders popped his head up on the hangout. Let's see what's happening. Newsmax. Yeah, I'm just going to open up that Newsmax, Ozzy, see if I can wind up pay me. I don't have to talk directly to pay me to wind her up. I just have to say something she'll bite at. Brighten up a bit. Rain. I got that again where my text would show. Shit. We have to reboot, Jose. No, I went on to Newsmax there and I typed into the text, but it's not showing up for some reason. I got that on Amando's text as well last night or this morning. I was typing and it wasn't showing up in the text, so I don't know if I've right-clicked and accidentally hit something in that panel. I don't know what that is. Nobody on the Hangouts anyway. I'm going to reboot the whole thing, see if it sorts out this typing thing, Jose, and I'll go straight to yeah. I need a cup of tea, so I might have 5 minutes. Just getting a cup of tea as well. Okay. Yeah. If it messes up, can always come back here. Okay. Yeah. Yes, this will still run if you just click the camera, Yeah. When I looked in there, I think there was about 4 or 5 chatting. All right, either that or TYT might be running with more people. But all right, but give us a message anyway. Like Yeah. It takes about 5 minutes to reboot. Okay.